Good afternoon. Welcome to Jackson, Tennessee. Aren't y'all excited to be here? And we're excited to be here. Thank y'all for coming. And I'd like to, we got a lot of stuff. I'm trying to get my mind organized here. I'm going to call to order this meeting. Welcome. We've got guests and visitors here. I'd like to take a look at that. We've got Clarence and Laura Dyes. They're here. Dedicated. And Anthony Landreth. Hey, what's up? And J.W. Worthen. There you go. Tennessee Wildlife Federation. Jeb Beasley and Taylor Martin. Thank y'all for being here. And at this point, who's calling the roll today? Betsy. All right. Betsy, will you call the roll, please?
Jimmy Granberry. Tommy Woods.
Here.
Monty Ballou. Stan Butt.
Here.
Wally Childress.
Here.
Bill Cox.
Here.
Chris Devaney. Jim Ripley. Steve Jones.
Here.
Brian McLaren.
Here.
Kit Woods.
Here.
Hank Wright.
Here.
Angie Box.
Here.
Madam Chairman, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Betsy. Yes, my name is Angie Box. I didn't mention that. And I have the privilege of serving with the Tennessee Fish and Wildlife Commission, being the chairman. I'd like to first thank, this morning we were able to visit the Humboldt Hatchery, and it's a great learning experience if you've never been there. It's the largest hatchery in Tennessee, and they do a great job. So I want to thank Tim Broadbent, Hunter Henley, and the two guys right here, Tom Pratt and Brandon Harrison. They did a great job. Good visit. If y'all have not been out there, it'd be great to tour it. It's amazing facility. So thank y'all for having us. I'll go into my announcements first, and I'll get the executive directors. Jackson, Tennessee is famous for a couple of things I'd like to mention. MD Anderson from the Houston Medical Cancer. He's from here. And so that's pretty neat. And the first Hard Rock Cafe was here at Old Hickory Mall. It's not here anymore, but it was in Old Hickory Mall, I think in '71. And then Andrew Jackson is named after Andrew Jackson, the 7th President of the United States. So, and with Casey Jones Village, we got some other fun stuff. But anyway, I want to mention a few fun points about Jackson. And let's see what else here. I will go first for the executive director for your report, if you have any announcements.
Madam Chair, thank you. Carl Perkins, too, by the way.
That's right.
Jackson.
He's on my list.
Yeah, I was able to attend the World's Fishing Fair in Springfield, Missouri at the Bass Pro Shop headquarters back the end of March and the 1st of April. And not only representing Tennessee Wildlife, but also representing the National Fish Habitat Partnership Board, of which I'm a board member. Got to see some legendary fishermen there, as well as a lot of people there, and it was a great experience. So also I was been involved with the Quail Initiative meeting with UT. I was able to welcome the CWD focus group at the Region 1 office a couple weeks ago, and they've gotten together a few times, at least the groups have, and hopefully we'll come up with some good information from that going statewide. And I met with 10 Green staff and with Steve Walsh in Nashville. And just recently I returned from the National Fish Habitat Partnership Board meeting and the National Conservation Training Center outside of Washington, D.C. So, Madam Chairman, that's all I have to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Wilson. I want to also add that I think Jimmy Granberry, are you on Zoom? Notified he was on Zoom. Hope he's able to see us.
Yes, I'm here.
All right.
Jimmy's here.
We're missing you, Jimmy. He didn't hear us. Okay. Before we get into committees, I would just want to have a few comments. This is we've got a lot on our plates moving into previews for season settings, and this is very important to the sportsmen of Tennessee. So a lot of important decisions, and these proposals and recommendations from the agency are very intensive process. So I appreciate all their work that they've done. That takes a lot of time and energy, and going through their data is a big deal. So I appreciate everything y'all done to prepare those for today. And I appreciate the public input too. That's a very important part of this process. So we thank the public for their input. At this time, I'd like to recognize Steve Jones with our Wildlife Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So the staff of TWRA gets started beginning of hunting season the prior year and start gathering information and gather information from the public. They gather information from the commissioners. I want to thank the commissioners that gave me their input that I forwarded on to the agency. And then they pull all that together, and every 2 years we get to review that information and set the seasons for the next 2 years. And so you'll notice from looking at the agenda today, it's mostly wildlife discussion. If it's okay with the rest of the committee and you, Madam Chairman, what I'd like to do is allow staff to go ahead and present this whole preview to the season setting process, which will take place over the next, I guess, 90 days. We'll finalize it in June. But we're getting a preview today of that information. I'd like for them to run through the whole presentation, and that way we're not interrupting them with questions and that kind of thing. And then once we've gone through that presentation, we'll just come back to the beginning, and then we can field questions from the rest of the committee members. Is that okay with the rest of the committee? Can I just get kind of a consensus? We don't have to have a vote. Is that okay? I don't see any heads nodding no. Okay. All right. So with that, I'd like to, I guess, start off with Jason. I don't know if you want to start it off. I've got Joe on the agenda, but whoever wants to start off, the pulpit is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, commissioners. Good afternoon, members of the public. Early this morning before dawn, I had a thought run through my mind that is kind of fitting for today. We've all sat in airplanes as we're stowing our luggage and getting ready to take off, and the nice lady usually comes on, or gentleman, and says, sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride, and that's kind of what we're in for this afternoon. I hope the chairs are comfortable where you are, commissioners, and the public as well. We have a lot of information to go through today, as Madam Chairman Box indicated. I also want to thank the commission and the members of the public for their comments throughout the last couple of years. We take comments year-round, and we compile them at this time of year. I've got a few slides on that. I also want to thank my staff. These ideas that come from staff come from the ground up. So the technicians in the field, their WMA managers, the WMA coordinators, the program managers all bring information. They filter it. They try to make it better. All the statewide species coordinators bring all that information and work as a team to prepare this information for you all. So thank you to my staff for all the work they've done. Also, my two assistant chiefs that are going to be up here after me, they're going to do the bulk of losing their voice if that happens today. I want to thank them for their input and guidance on this as well. And a special note to Roger Shields for coming up and talking about turkeys. He'll be here as well, and Steph will introduce him at the right time. So as Chairman Jones indicated, we started a long time ago working on this presentation or this process. Hunting seasons, we do a lot of data collection during those hunting seasons. Thank you to those folks that stop by our check stations. They let us measure the deer antlers and take other biological measurements throughout the fall. We collect data during those seasons. Public comment, again, comes throughout the year. The commission has discussions with us. They're hearing from the public. They're sharing that information with us throughout the year. We also do a lot of surveys. We're doing more surveys than we've ever done. It's more important than ever now to hear from hunters about their preference for the seasons and various aspects of that. So once we collect the data, we compile the data, and again, we have biological data and also human dimension or social data. We have internal agency meetings. I don't know the number of meetings that we have. I think any staff member might have 7 or 8 meetings where they present their initial findings to their supervisors, work groups, and bring forward, kind of polish up those recommendations all the way forward. A lot of the data we review, and you'll see this in the slides, we use a 5-year average most of the time. You know, wildlife populations are cyclical. Hunting effort is cyclical. We've all wanted to go maybe dove hunting on opening day and it's pouring down rain. So the dove hunting on one day, 1 year, that number may be off because of a legitimate reason. It's not a population or anything like that. So we use 5-year averages to try to smooth out some of those variations, again, with effort and weather and other factors. We're here today as a preview. We have 2 commission meetings to go through the hunting season recommendations. This meeting today is to share with you what the agency brings forward as a recommendation. So it starts out at various places. Officers, all of our staff bring in recommendations. It goes up through a process where the director's office basically reviews this and says yes or no, or they ask us questions. We finalize or tweak those recommendations. So these are agency recommendations today. At the June meeting, which is the first 2 weeks, 2nd and 3rd of June, you'll hear the final recommendation for your action. So no action today. Obviously, a lot of discussion and a lot of questions and answers. And then finally, after this, we prepare the hunting guide. So this year, we'll have a little bit of a shorter turnaround to get the hunting guide done, but our staff are working on that right now with some of these pending changes. So just a reminder of what public comment we've taken. Again, we take public comment year-round. That's on the website, the regional offices. We also have kind of the primary one we publicize in January and February is this twa.huntingcomments@tn.gov. I'll give you a rundown, a summary of those comments we've received this year. After this meeting, we'll also open the comment period again, and any email that we got since late February when we compiled that, the list you'll see today will be included in that. We also did a Facebook Live listening session last year. It was earlier this year, but it was intended for last year's hunting season after the season was over. So we had 2 sessions. We learned from what the fisheries folks did. We had a Region 1 and 2 combined group, and 3 and 4, there's different issues. Obviously, CWDs in West Tennessee, but not East Tennessee. There's bears and elk in East Tennessee, but not West Tennessee. So we split those up, a lot of views, a lot of engagement. This has primarily turned out to be for us, and I believe what Frank told me, the same for fisheries, was a lot of questions and answers. It was a great time for the public to engage with us and have their questions answered. Some are really specific, some are more general. So that was a good time for us to communicate with the public. And I mentioned earlier about the surveys that we're doing. We're doing a lot of human dimension work. So what do people think, feel, and do? What are their attitudes and opinions about various aspects, whether it's chronic wasting disease management, turkey hunting. We started some annual effort and harvest attitude and opinion surveys for small game hunters, which includes waterfowl hunters, deer hunters, and turkey hunters. One of the things we've shared with the commission in the past years, when harvest goes up and down, we've never really had a good measure of effort. Again, I mentioned the example of dove hunting in the rain. Opening weekend of turkey hunting, if it's raining, if the harvest is way down, but it was raining, there's a kind of a cause and effect. You don't know what that number is, but we wanted to get into get us some more standardized, kind of valid data with a scientific survey about what the effort is that matches the harvest each year. So these surveys are ongoing. We appreciate the funding to do those surveys, and as well as the public for answering those surveys, participating. So this year, over 1,600 comments by email. Like usual, we get most of the comments. The majority include comments about deer. There's over 900 comments. We've really lumped these together. We did share these numbers more finely tuned with the commissioners at their request a few weeks ago. So over 300 want to extend or delay the season, the deer season. There's some miscellaneous date changes, and then some folks wanted to go down to a 1 buck limit. Some folks wanted to go up to a 3 buck limit. So kind of a scattering of comments there. 120 comments about turkeys. These are kind of the highlights of those comments. 29 folks they recommended a lower spring bag down to 2 birds. And 11 folks wanted to shorten the season. 55 comments about bears, primarily requesting alignment of the North Cherokee bear season with private lands. And then 580 miscellaneous comments, and this slide is the miscellaneous. Over 200 comments about specific wildlife management area recommendations, over 100 concerning predators, the bulk of those being requesting night hunting, some about wild hogs, some about small game, and 2 things we pulled out. We know the commission's interested in quail. 8 comments to requesting that we improve quail habitat, and you guys have funded that, so we appreciate the funding for this year and the funds that are in our budgets for next year. Several folks want to extend the raccoon season. 60 comments around chronic wasting disease, and the 2 ideas there were sooner test results, which we're trying every way we can to do that, and we appreciate folks' patience with that. And then several folks wanted us to abandon the idea of harvesting more deer to manage chronic wasting disease. And finally, wild hogs, 35 comments, and another 100 miscellaneous. So that's a very, very brief overview of the season-setting comments that we've received. Again, as I mentioned at the beginning, thank you, commissioners, for submitting your comments, having those discussions with some of my staff, myself individually, and then submitting them to the Chairman Jones. That's very helpful to us to know. It echoes what you guys hear, typically echoes what we hear, but sometimes there's something that we haven't heard that really is important for us to consider. So what we have for you the rest of the day is a summary of the proclamations that you should have in your packets. The big game hunting season and bag limit proclamation. Stephanie will come up in a few minutes. She'll go through the big game and then the small game and fur-bear hunting seasons and trapping seasons. We'll turn it over to Wally Akins. He'll go through the wildlife management area comments. That's a pretty long section in there. We also have some national wildlife refuges, primarily in Region 1. We'll actually hit those in the WMA section. There's very few changes there. They really just want to mirror what we're doing in their area. And then finally, Lieutenant Colonel Dale Grandstaff will come up. There's a few manner and means of hunting recommendations that he'll share with you. And again, these are all preview items. No actions necessary for today. And also just a comment, there's other things that you'll see in your proclamations that are redlined that are changes. There's some correctional things, some language about some things that's not quite right. It doesn't describe what we do, so they aren't changes necessarily to how we do things. It's just a correction of a better explanation. And there's a lot of calendar date changes. So some of the hunts on the WMAs, if youth hunt is not during the regular youth season, there's dates in there. So that you'll see a lot of red line in the proclamations that you have. There'll be many of these that are just kind of minor housekeeping. But we're here to share the bulk of the big things here. So with that, I will turn it over to Steph Karns, and she'll go through statewide big game, one species at a time. And we'll just cycle through the folks if they can introduce each other as they come up. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to come and share this information with you. I will say that this is my first time presenting this, so I'm hoping to give the right level of detail. I apologize if I don't. But as we move through it, we'll save the questions for the end, is my understanding. So let's see. So first we're going to start with statewide big game, and we'll start it off with elk management. Special thanks to Brad Miller, our elk program coordinator, for putting all of this information together. So our 2021 elk harvest was very good. The archery season lasted from September 25th through October 1st, and we had 7 hunters who harvested 3 bulls. Success rates are highly variable, and they are more dependent on the expectations of the hunter and the conditions during the hunt than necessarily the population level. The one youth hunter hunted from October 2nd through 8th and harvested 1 really nice bull. I do have pictures of that, so stay tuned for just a sec. And then the gun season was early mid-October, and we harvested 6 out of 7 bulls. You can see that harvest has changed over time. Last year, as I pointed out, I'm hoping this is a pointer. It's not. Ooh, it's a spotlight. Sorry about that. That's exciting. Bear with me, folks. Thank you. So we harvested a total of 10 elk. License numbers have changed over time, so this really isn't reflective of success rates per se. Started out with just 5 tags and has increased over time. These are photos of all of the 10 bulls that were killed. Back to my spotlight. Here is that really nice bull from the Young Sportsman. Dandy bull, and really overall there were some really nice bulls that were harvested. So you can see quality is very high, and hunters are very selective and have the opportunity to harvest a nice bull. So with that, we have really good success, really good hunter satisfaction. The only thing we need is more elk. And so we don't propose any changes for elk at this time. So starting with simple, we'll go a little bit more complicated. Thanks to Dan Gibbs for preparing the bear program information. This does get a little bit complex, so bear with me with some of the slides. I'll try and explain them thoroughly. So bear harvest, this is one of the busier slides. So on the bottom you have the year. So this is showing reported bear harvest from 2008 to 2021. On the left-hand side, you can see the total number of bears that are reported as harvest. The high, this was the second highest year of all time at just under 700. You can, and the colors aren't turning out very well with how bright the room is, and I apologize. But the bottom line is sow harvest, is total number of sows in the harvest. The next line up is boar harvest. So we harvest more boars than sows. And then the straight line there is the trend. And you can see that the trend of harvest is increasing at a very good rate. And one of the most important and telltale indicators for the condition of a bear population is the percent sow in the overall harvest. And we'll talk more about those indicators. But for the most simple one, percent sow, and you can see that the percent sow in the harvest is not climbing significantly, or it's certainly not as quickly as the total harvest is. What that tells you, just at a real rough scale, is that the population is increasing and is very healthy, because generally if more than 40% of your harvest is comprised of sows, you're starting to decrease the size of the population, and we aren't near that anywhere. So this is good news for our bear population. It's very healthy. Over the last 3 years, and again, as Chief Benedict talked about, we try to show averages rather than just single blips or highs or lows. But generally, we get the bulk of our harvest with the use of hounds, and then archery season is about 15% of the harvest, and the 4-day rifle still hunt comprises a very small portion of the harvest, just 3%. That's pretty consistent over time, not just the last 3 years. So one of the proposed changes, one of the staff recommendations, is to require that all bear hunters submit a tooth for any bear that they harvest. It's recommended at this time, and prior to the shift from physical check stations, it was removed every time a bear was checked. But since we've removed the physical check stations, we have not made it mandatory to submit those teeth. And those bear teeth are used to, we send them to a lab, and they are able to tell both the sex and the age, and also some other indicators about the health of the bears from those teeth. It's really critical information to manage bears. I said the real simple metric that we use is percent sow in the overall harvest. With the tooth data, we can get much more detailed information, and there's very good recent research that shows that there's more finely tuned indicators that can give us better metrics of the trajectory of the bear population and the condition of the population as a whole. And so this will actually be considered in the Manner and Means Proclamation, but we're hitting this here. You can see that over time, submission of bear teeth has declined dramatically since it was moved from physical check stations to a voluntary submission. Just to give you an idea, this is really pretty standard data that's required from across the country. 70% of the states that allow bear hunting or have bear hunting seasons require bear tooth submission. It's it's an easy process. We just take that one little premolar behind the main canines. It takes just a minute to do, and hunters can do it for themselves. Really a simple process. We would like them to submit them by February 15th. We want to give people ample time to comply with this new regulation. They'll have mail-in or drop-off options. We really do want to make this as convenient as possible. There will be a notification that we can have pop up when they check the bear in the app, and that age will be added to the harvest record. The good thing is that this is really strongly supported by bear hunters in particular, because it's really interesting, number one, to know how old your bear was, but it's also really vital biological data that will improve our future management. So this is really critical, and we'll address it a little bit better. Lieutenant Colonel Grandstaff will. In addition to that, so aside from the mandatory tooth submission, we are, excuse me, I should have grabbed my water. We are recommending some expansions in the bear hunt zones. Thank you, Joe. Excuse me just a minute. Is there any way to dim the lights in the front?
We already dimmed them as much as they can be.
Okay, then I apologize for the colors and how hard this might be to read. So the cross-hatched areas are the areas where we would like to expand bear harvest. And the big thing to know is that we would like to increase harvest on the very west side of Hunt Zone 4, and also increase areas in the transition zone. I'm going to show a better detail of this map to help understand the reason for the areas. But there's pretty substantial increases in the areas that we're recommending be available for harvest. And this is a zoom in of the area between the transitional zone and Bear Hunt Zone 4. And it might seem a little bit arbitrary. Why aren't we using whole counties for this? And you can see this is a topographical map, and it gives you an idea of the both the topography and the elevation. And so the hunt zone, the hunt zone boundaries that we're recommending are much more based on available habitat and biological parameters than just on simple administrative boundaries. It's easy to say county lines, but it's much more biologically relevant to be using these boundaries. So we have the boundary changes are in your notes, specifics for that, but seeing it on the screen is much more understandable. In addition to that, we would like to extend 4 hunt days on the Kettlefoot and Laurel Fork Bear Reserves. This is requested by and supported by hunters. The season opens the 3rd Saturday in September, and so this will just add another 4 days at the end. So it'll be a 7-day hunt. It'll provide additional opportunity and help manage some of the conflicts and nuisance issues that may be happening in the area. The season dates are at the bottom of that. The proposed season dates for the next 2 years would be September 17th through 23rd of this year, and then the 16th through the 22nd of the following year. And those are open to any method of take, including the use of hounds. And that there's a 1 bear bag limit, and it does not count towards the statewide bag, so that's an additional bear. So to summarize, these are the 3 staff recommendations for bear management in the future. The requirement to submit a tooth for all harvested bears, those expansions for the bear hunt zones, and that's because of increasing populations that we saw in the harvest slide, and then also expansions to the Kettle Fork and Laurel Fork season. So moving on to deer management. And a big thank you to our brand new deer program coordinator, Garrett Clevenger, and also our data scientist, James Kelly, for the information that you'll see in this. So deer management, statewide reported deer harvest has been decreasing for quite a while. It varies annually, but generally over time it's increased pretty dramatically. And that's true both of bucks and does, but slightly less for does than for bucks. And that may be an indication that hunters are just simply more selective in the deer that they're choosing to harvest. You would see a greater decrease in doe harvest if there was more of a population level decline as opposed to more selectivity by the hunters. So one thing I want everyone to keep in mind as we talk about our recommendations for deer is that we have really significant improvements ahead in how we're going to be managing deer in the future. Adaptive harvest management is a new critical framework to our method of managing deer, and the intent of this new process is to combine biological data with social science data and use that to inform objectives, and then collect data and see how well we're meeting those objectives and do that iteratively. And part of that is developing deer management units, which are geographically based spatial units at which we will manage deer and collect data. And they're biologically relevant, and they will allow us to understand better what is happening to populations at the smallest scale, at the most appropriate scale, and also predict what some of our management actions will do and improve how we apply those management actions. So they'll be much more specific to the deer populations at a biologically relevant scale. So we will be changing the framework of how we manage deer with much improved models, and then we'll be also using deer management units beginning in 2024. And then finally, we are in the process of working on our CWD strategic plan, and we have very specific management recommendations that are science-based, data-driven for management of CWD. And all of these will be including a very extensive project to ensure that the public is fully aware of what these processes are, engaged in the process, and that we understand what the public's needs and desires are related to deer management across the state. So we have a lot of changes coming ahead, and so right now what we've asked staff is to really concentrate on any changes that will align with our future vision and not create a lot of little changes and tweaks right now as we move through this really big sea change. We want to try and minimize confusion and maximize the alignment long-term with where we're going with management. This is a very busy slide, and some folks have seen this quite a bit lately. But this is our strategic planning process, and just a real quick summary, we plan on having it done late fall or early winter of this year. And right now we are writing the draft document that will be available for review, first internally with staff, and then to our peers in other states, other scientists, other CWD managers, and finally it will be available for public review this fall. So that's where we're at. We're working really hard on this and are really proud of the product so far. Some of the things that are going to come into play, I really want to highlight what we're already doing, but also where we're headed with deer management long term. And we are one of the members of the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies, and they have a very thorough plan for guiding chronic wasting disease management, and it covers all facets from surveillance to prevention to management. And you can see there's 8 main strategies for how to manage areas that already have CWD infection. And I just want to share with you what we're currently doing to meet these recommendations. So these are nationwide recommendations. The document included experts across the country in chronic wasting disease, including our own Dr. Dan Grove. So here's the first 4 of those recommendations. The top way to manage CWD infected areas is to remove positive animals, and we're doing that by offering a sportsman's license to anyone who harvests multiple positives, and also a replacement buck for any bucks that are harvested that are positive. We're removing animals in hotspots, both with targeted removals, our Earn a Buck program, where if you harvest 2 deer in a positive area, you can get an additional buck for your bag limit. And then our new processing voucher that was just started last year, where if you harvest a deer, you will receive a $75 voucher for your next processing. In addition to that, we have an effective timing of removals is really critical. Bucks who are CWD positive or are more susceptible to harvest later in the year, And so we have private lands only harvest during, buck harvest on WMAs during the private land season in Unit CWD. And then also we have the liberalized methods of take where people are able to use guns informally, muzzleloader and archery season. And in addition to that, reducing density. All of these methods that we're currently employing are doing that as well. So the next 4 recommendations from AFWA and the leading CWD management recommendations are reducing artificial cervid concentration, and we do that with prohibiting feeding. We're controlling carcass transportation, which minimizes the chance of environmental contamination and inadvertent spread. Adaptive management, that adaptive harvest management that I just talked about, which is our vision for the future of deer management, is actually one of the key strategies that the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies recommends. We're improving our modeling techniques, and we're also part of a Eastern States consortium of 22 different states, universities, and Canadian provinces in modeling the best way to surveil and prevent CWD. So that's a big partnership that we have. And then finally, we're always seeking out new ideas, and AFWA says, hey, try some new ideas. So we have some great research partnerships, and the processing voucher was just an innovative idea. So we really are working hard to hit home the best management practices that are known right now, but also with those research partnerships, really look for new ways to hit home on all of the different ways we can manage CWD. So moving on to the adaptive harvest management that's recommended both just from a deer management approach, but also chronic wasting disease, we are going to be outlining those deer management units. That's going to be coming actually just for the 2024 season, but we do want to give everybody a heads up that because there are such big changes coming, we really want to minimize the small little tweaks that we sometimes see that can be reactive to really small conditions or short-term temporal issues. So long-term, we have some big changes ahead. The strategic management plan calls for adaptive harvest management and these deer management units, and that's just really going to allow us to both monitor the deer herds better. We all want to know exactly what's going on at a given moment with the deer herds, how many there are, what's the population doing, what can we do to better. And this process will allow us to monitor better, make better predictions, and then really enhance our deer herds across the state. So these calendar date changes only are what we are proposing for the 22 through 24 seasons. These are what the dates would be with simple calendar date changes. I'm not going to go through this exhaustively. I'm sure no one wants me to read dates to them today, and I'm talking plenty enough. This is another very busy graph, but I think it's really critical as we talk about deer management that I point this out. On the bottom, you have the season from 2005 to 2021, and on the left-hand side, you have the proportion of each sex and age class outlined on the bottom in that harvest. So generally, does make up most of your harvest. So does are not on here. What you have is the top line that's going down is in green. Again, the color is really hard to see, and I apologize. But that is the percent of yearlings in the harvest of either sex. And then this other line on the bottom that is also going down is the percent fawns in the harvest. And you can see fawns make up a very low percentage, between 10 and 15% in the past, but well below 5% now. So fawn proportion is decreasing, yearling proportion is decreasing. What is increasing, the animals that are taking their place in the harvest, are bucks. And you can see the lower lines, this lowest line that is going up is your 4.5+ year old bucks, and then 3.5-year-old bucks, and at the top is 2.5. And you can see that our buck harvest is increasing as hunters are becoming more selective. And so they're actually choosing to harvest more bucks. There's lots of deer on the ground, so when they go out to harvest, they don't harvest the fawns or the yearlings because they can choose which bucks they want to harvest. And the one last thing, when I was talking to Garrett about this, he said, I said, what we're talking about, what this says to you, and he says, you know what? It's really saying we're doing things right. I was like, oh, that's simple. So that was a nice way to put it. Garrett knows how to keep things simple. I liked it. So thank you, Garrett. So these are our proposals. As I told y'all, we're working on the actually writing the CWD strategic plan right now. These are our draft proposals for thresholds and actions for managing chronic wasting disease in areas where it hasn't been found. And so the first area where it has not yet been detected is at the top. And we're doing exactly what we want to do there. We're optimizing surveillance with that SOP for CWD partnership. We are restricting interstate transport, and we're prohibiting bait. Now, everybody may think, well, of course we're prohibiting bait. Why are you even bringing that up? Because it really is a critical thing that we need to continue to fight CWD in areas where it hasn't been found. Once you get CWD in an area and you're below, say, below the 5% level, which is most of the area, and I'll show you prevalence in just a second, but I wanted to show you this first. That's when we restrict feeding, so no feeding is allowed in Unit CWD. We have carcass movement restrictions, we employ targeted removal, and we increase harvest. And these are sort of the minimum actions that need to be done when you're below the 5% prevalence rate. Now, 5% prevalence may seem kind of arbitrary, right? And without getting into too much detail, because you're all gonna have to listen to us talk a lot today, basically that's when you start, 5% is when you can start to tip the survival rates of adult does. And so when you first start seeing the potential for decreases in population. This isn't, 5% is not when you see long-term high percentage decreases. That's when you start to tip. So below 5%, the management actions are pretty much what we're doing in most of Unit CWD. Once you go between 5 and 20%, then you're really seeing population level impacts, especially as you get higher. And then above 20% is you've reached exponential spread of the disease. The environment is actually contributing more to the spread than the animal interaction is. And so that's why we've broken it down the way that we have. This is CWD prevalence by county. And the big thing you need to see is that Fayette and Hardeman here are both below 20%. They're between 5 and 20%. And then the remainder of the counties where we have detected it are well below 5%. So you can take a look at that. But just to put that into perspective of what we're recommending for the actions and the thresholds, this is the thresholds for 5 to 20% would apply in Fayette and Hardeman County, and the remainder would apply everywhere else. So again, just a quick reminder of what those management actions would be at each prevalence level. The big thing to note is that in the 5 to 20% range, what we're doing, we don't have antler point restrictions because bucks are twice as likely as does to have chronic wasting disease. So a paper came out in 2018, and basically the best quote from that is that managing for older age class bucks is the perfect recipe for a chronic wasting disease infection. So prohibiting antler point restrictions, increasing buck bag limits, and then issuing disease management permits that are valid county-wide. That's what we're doing in Fayette and Hardeman County right now. And we're starting at those levels of prevalence to see population level impacts. That's where we expect to see those. We don't have good hard and fast data to detect that at this level quite yet. But it isn't until you get to above 20% where you really start seeing the high level population level impacts. So we are doing this very, very deliberately in our choices for our management actions. And when you get above 20%, the actions that are necessary to manage the disease really need public engagement because they can impact density of populations, overall size of populations. And so going to this level, we really need to engage the public and educate them and get their buy-in and their support and their action to make a lot of this happen. We can't do this alone. So for those reasons, we are not recommending any changes to deer seasons this year. And that may seem really odd, but what I hope you were able to take away is that we really are doing what we want. We are managing the disease at the levels that we want. Plus, we're making big strides in improving our management, and we'd really like to keep as much possible consistent so that when we prepare the public and educate the public and our staff for these big new changes, we have kind of an even playing field to do that with. With that, I'm going to step aside for just a moment and hand it over to Roger Shields, our Wild Turkey Program Coordinator. It's not a pointer.
Well, she said it's not a pointer. Fortunately, I don't have anything I think I need to point, so this will be good. Thank you again for letting me be here. For this portion, I just wanted to step back a little bit and review some things regarding kind of the principles behind how we manage hunting for wild turkeys, specifically where you have primarily gobblers only spring turkey hunting. And these principles apply pretty much across the nation. It's not just what we're doing here in Tennessee. These are principles that are broad-based. And they're basically, there's 4 assumptions that we couch everything under. The first one is that harvest is limited only to males when we have gobblers only spring turkey hunting. And I recognize that in Tennessee, bearded hens are legal. But the proportion of the population of hens that is bearded is relatively small, and the number of hens that are harvested during the spring and fall are relatively small. I think the total for the last few years has been like 600 total for the year. So for all intents and purposes, we do meet this first assumption that harvest is limited to the males. The second assumption is that hunting mortality is additional to the natural mortality. For gobblers in particular, when they become adults, there's not very many things that prey upon them. Their survival is relatively high outside of the hunting mortality that we inflict upon them. So whereas other species may have some level of compensation that an animal that was harvested by a hunter may likely have died through natural causes had it not been harvested, we don't see that with gobblers. Any animal that is harvested is typically considered in addition to what naturally would have died. So we have to keep that in mind as we think about the harvest of gobblers. The third assumption is that the spring hunting does not disrupt breeding behavior. Now this assumption could be violated under a couple of scenarios. A, if the majority of gobblers were harvested during a given year, or if the breeding was disrupted by ill-timed harvest hunting season, so that it did impact and did interfere with breeding, or if a large number of those gobblers were impacted and harvested early in the breeding season. This component is really the heart of what we're looking at with the University of Tennessee research project at this point of that project. This is the question, this is kind of the last component that we're looking at, the impact that the season timing has on harvest and reproduction. The last assumption is that basically all of those previous assumptions added up is that the spring harvest is not affected or does not affect the long-term population levels of turkeys. Again, through decades of managing for wild turkeys in multiple states, by and large, a conservative approach to managing populations of wild turkeys is the spring gobblers only hunting season format. And that has worked for a pretty long time. However, excessive harvest can impact population dynamics. It can impact the ratio of adult gobblers to juvenile gobblers and ultimately can start to impact population levels and breeding behaviors. That's if you're excessively harvesting gobblers. And that is kind of what we're getting at with the recent project that we started looking, or gobbler banding project that we initiated last year, to try and determine exactly what proportion of those gobblers are we harvesting. Are we exceeding what's a reasonable level of harvest among the gobbler population? So I just give that as a kind of a foundation from which to build from. And as we look at harvest in Tennessee for the past 15 years, there's really been a very stable long-term trend. It's not gone up, it's not gone down. It's been we've had ups and downs, but the long-term trend has been basically stable for the past 15, 16 years now. Something that we rolled out a couple years ago is, in addition to just collecting reported harvest, we now conduct a post-season hunter harvest survey. And from that, we ask a couple different questions in that to supplement the information we get from reported harvest. And one piece of information is hunter satisfaction. We ask them, how satisfied were you with your the past spring turkey season? And statewide, which is the bottommost bar there or line, we see that roughly 60% of the hunters are satisfied or very satisfied with their spring turkey season. What I really want to point out with this graphic is the two middle bars, the top one being public land only, and the which would be the third bar down, being those hunters who hunt private land only, and the distinction between those two. For those who hunt on private land, again, it's over 60% of the hunters are satisfied or very satisfied with their hunt. But when you look at those hunters who hunt on only public land, it's actually less than 50% are satisfied. And so that was a concern as we think about that and what's driving some of that. And we'll come back to that with some of our recommendations. The other thing that we ask in this survey is the hunter's perception of the turkey population in the areas where they hunt. Has that population increased, decreased, or maintained and stayed the same? And what we see at this point, kind of across the board, about 60%, again, the majority of the hunters feel like the population where they hunt has decreased. And that's increased from, say, 2015, about 7 years ago in the survey we did then, where it was about 60% of the hunters felt like the populations were increasing in the areas they'd hunt. So clearly there's things going on. When we ask the hunters why the populations are decreasing, the top answers that they give are because of poor reproduction, nest losses and poult survival, and predation on poults and nests. And so generally just the reproductive side of things. And they're really, they're not wrong in that. The research that has been going on in Tennessee and really across the Southeast is showing a picture that the primary cause of the declining populations across the Southeast are really related to low reproduction or low recruitment into the population, more so than low adult survival or overharvest. The project that we're doing, the research that we're doing with the University of Tennessee is clearly showing that here in Tennessee. If this chart just kind of shows each step of what we might refer to as the productivity supply chain, and what you would expect to see in a stable or increasing population, the level that you would expect to see for that. In Tennessee, we're 10 to 20% below that at each step of that process. So the end result is that where a stable or an increasing population is going to produce poults, 2 or more poults per hen, what we see in Tennessee long term has been that we've been producing fewer than 2 poults per hen. Which isn't to say that we never produce a decent hatch. Last year we actually saw a really pretty good hatch across the state. We saw across the state 2.2 poults per hen. So there is the capacity for things to go well and to rebound. And turkeys in general have a huge capacity to grow their populations and rebound rapidly because of the fact that they have so many poults in a clutch, and then they can re-nest, and just they're built to be producers. They need that opportunity. So the agency, staff at the agency, we're working aggressively to try and implement the Wild Turkey Strategic Management Plan. A primary component of that is very similar to what Steph was referring to with the deer plan, and that is to initiate a new approach of adaptive harvest management, a management for setting recommendations that are based on not just the biological side of things, but also the social science and the understanding of what the opinions and attitudes of our hunters and stakeholders are. And we're working to get all of that together and have that rolled out in 2024, kind of in the have recommendations that align with new turkey management units. Again, that very similar to the deer units would be biologically, ecologically based and be the right scale at which to manage. We're currently working on a survey to landowners, to hunters, to residents, so that we can obtain their information. That'll be going out this summer. In that, we'll be asking hunters information about their attitudes, things like how they feel about including jakes in the harvest, or if they should be prohibited. If if we're trying to increase a population, what restrictions do they find acceptable, so that we can kind of, again, balance the biological with the social science. And again, that survey's, we're aiming to have that go out this summer, and then we can start to incorporate the social science and the biological science into all of this. Just some of the things that we've been doing and kind of tying all of this together. So again, the research project with the University of Tennessee was really focused on trying to understand the factors that were limiting turkey populations. This last component, the last piece of this, is looking at the impact of the season timing and how it may affect reproduction, how that may affect ultimately population size. We, as I also mentioned, we just started this gobbler banding project to try and obtain information on the actual rate at which we're harvesting gobblers, the proportion of the total population that's being harvested each year, so we can have a better sense of, are we over-harvesting? I also mentioned that we have these annual hunter effort and harvest surveys now. A main reason for that is to try and get at hunter participation and a measure of the effort that they are putting into it. So again, we have a better index to the population levels that, other than just reported harvest. And finally, this summer, we're going to be opening the annual summer turkey survey, or AKA the brood survey that we do each year, that heretofore had just been conducted by staff and some of our partners, partner agency biologists. This year we're going to invite all the public to participate in that, with the goal being able to get better numbers and more observations from across the state, so we have better information on what's occurring in all parts of Tennessee in terms of reproduction and productivity. Some of the steps and actions that have occurred, again, going back and looking at the fact that we've learned that the main reason for the decline in turkey numbers is really focused on the reproductive side of things and that low recruitment level. Some of the actions that have been taken have really been to try and prop up the reproductive side of things. So in 2016, the fall bag limit was reduced. It previously multiple birds could be harvested per county. That was reduced to 1 per county. And then in 2018, we basically protected hens during the fall season by making the fall season similar to the spring, in that it's bearded turkeys only. Those two measures have really been effective at protecting the hen side of things. Prior to the 2016 change, the 5-year kind of average of harvest of hens was about 1,300 to 1,400 hens per year being harvested. And since 2018, with that going to bearded turkeys only in the fall, the annual average has been 24 or 23. So we basically have protected hens in the fall, which is kind of the point of those changes. And then last year, in light particularly of the extremely high harvest we saw in 2020 related to the COVID pandemic, we took steps, the commission took steps to make the spring season a little bit more conservative by reducing the bag limit from 4 to 3. And in some of the more heavily impacted areas of the state where we've really seen some declines, again, southern Middle Tennessee, where the University of Tennessee research project is going on, and then along the Mississippi River, what we call the Mississippi Alluvial Valley Unit. The season was delayed 2 weeks and shortened so that basically to give those birds in those areas a chance to reproduce and go through their breeding behaviors prior to hunting and having disturbance from hunters in the woods. And then along the Mississippi Alluvial Valley, because of, again, how heavily impacted that area had been, there was a further step to reduce the bag limit, taking it from 4 down to 2. So there's been some pretty significant changes over the past 5 to 7 years in terms of what has taken place with turkey management. And a lot of this, again, I focus on the fact that the changes that have been made have been trying to prop up the reproductive side of things, in that is the primary cause for the decline, not necessarily what's going on with the harvest of gobblers. So in light of that, we're not coming this year. The agency does not have any statewide recommendations, but we do have some recommendations for changes associated with WMAs, particularly in the middle part of Tennessee, where we've seen some increasing demand. Our recommendation, and these will be covered again in the WMA Proclamation portion, but basically there are a number of WMAs that in Middle Tennessee where we would recommend that hunters be limited to 1 turkey per hunter during the first 14 days of the season. And again, those areas are Cheatham, Old Hickory, Percy Priest, Yanali, and Haley Jaquith. And the goal of this is to enhance the hunt quality as much or even more so really than the biological side. This is a hunter satisfaction and hunt quality recommendation. So what we've seen in these areas over the past couple years is intense hunting pressure on these areas. They have grown in popularity, and to the point, well, these areas are known now for having high turkey densities. They're very accessible. They're large areas for the most part with relatively easy access. And they have liberal seasons right now, basically the statewide framework for season dates and bag limit. And the result has been, and over the last few years, an increasing number of hunters on these areas and increasing pressure on them, so that hunt quality has declined, satisfaction among hunters has declined, and the harvest on these areas has really gotten shifted to the very beginning of the season on several of the areas, to the point where over 80% of the total harvest from those areas is occurring in the first 2 weeks of the season. And some of this could be exacerbated by the fact that counties just to the south of them are closed for that first 2 weeks of the season. And so people who maybe would have gone and hunted some of those management areas are looking for other management areas, and so they go to these central Tennessee WMAs that are nearby. Now we looked at this idea and if it would be something that we could apply across the board, across the state. And staff, in looking at that, didn't feel it was necessary that we prohibit or we limit the harvest to 1 bird in the first 2 weeks for all WMAs across the state, largely because to the west, the management areas to the west are even more restricted or conservative than that. They have delayed seasons, and they have one one bird per WMA in those areas. So like I said, even more restrictive than what this recommendation would be. And then areas to the east largely are not experiencing the uptick in hunting pressure and hunter numbers, largely because they're not as easy to hunt. The topography is not as conducive. It's a harder area to hunt, and they don't have as good a road access and entry point. So the number of hunters has not grown on most of those areas like we've seen here in Middle Tennessee. There's one other WMA that kind of is in the mix of all these others that I mentioned, and that's Williamsport WMA. And the recommendation for that is to kind of make it more in line with these other WMAs. Currently, it has 2 4-day non-quota hunts, and there's 1 turkey per hunt allowed. And what the staff is recommending that this area be converted to where it's just 1 2-week hunt. And during that 2-week period, you'd have a bag limit of 1 turkey. That basically makes it consistent for that first 2 weeks of the season with all the WMAs surrounding it. And it would actually add hunting days to that area. Currently it's sitting at 8 with the 2 4-day hunts, but this would allow up to 14 days of hunting. And by making that 2-week period a limit of 1 bird per hunter, we might actually distribute the harvest among a greater number of hunters on that area. So I think that summarizes the recommendations we have from staff. And turn it back to Steph.
Steph,
Give-
before you get started, everybody good to keep going, or do you want to take a bio break right quick?
Let's take a break.
Okay.
10-minute break. So 2:22. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
All righty, we're all rested and awake and in good shape. We've had a couple guests come in since our break, and I want to recognize Mr. Ben West with UT. And we also have Mr. Jeff Akin at the end by Mr. Wally. Jeff Akin, a Deputy Commissioner of Agriculture, ex officio appointed by Dr. Hatcher. So good to have you here. And I am going to, yeah, I just said that. I'm going to go ahead and pass back over to Steve Jones with Wildlife to complete our presentations.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Stephanie, I believe you were just walking up to the podium when we took our bio break. For those that don't know what a bio break is, that means go potty in the military.
Well, thank you. I will only talk for a very short time, and I'm not going to read you this whole slide. The next recommendation from staff is to simplify the Type 94 license and make it required for fewer people, basically clarifying that it's only for 16 and older, and also that private landowners don't need it. So just simplification there. And finally, we've been asked to bring these recommendations forward to extend squirrel season and raccoon season, and also raccoon trapping. And with that, I will turn it over to Wally.
Thank you, Commissioners, for having us here. And for the ones that don't know me, I'm Wally Akins, Assistant Chief of our Habitat Section for the Wildlife and Forestry Division. I want to give you some brief recommendations over Proclamation 2203, which is a WMA proclamation, as well as 2204, covering our federal refuges, which I'll mention and talk about shortly. We've got a number of WMAs across the state and in control of 1.5 million acres, all of which have some form of public access on all of these. And beginning with Region 1, Patrick Lemons, our program manager, moved from west to east across the state. Firstly, our Natchez Trace and Chickasaw State Forest, we are recommending to reinstate a spring turkey quota hunt. Historically, we used to have this hunt, but for some reason in 2010 it was removed. This quota will help improve the hunt quality and also protect the turkey flock to an extent, hopefully, out there. And it's a recommendation of our partners and the Tennessee State Lands Working Group, which they want to really promote Natchez Trace to be a premier outdoor area for outdoor recreation. This hunt is 2 hunt zones, one on each side of the interstate, north and south, 4,800 hunter quota, have 2 hunts each week. We will have 2 rest days, so to speak, each week as a recommendation, a request from a partner. Bag limit will be 1 turkey per hunt. Chickasaw State Forest will have a very similar hunt as Natchez Trace. It's a spring quota hunt that will align with, like I said, Natchez Trace. We only will recommend 1 hunt zone on Chickasaw. It's a smaller area with 26 hunters. Again, it's two hunts per week with 1 bearded turkey bag limit. Moving on to some waterfowl units, John Tully and 3 Rivers. John Tully, or Fig Field as it's known, we've had waterfowl hunting there for a long time, but we've recently improved our waterfowl wetland development there and installed some pumps, so now we have some dependable water. We want to include 10 pools allocated by the computer draw in the quota hunt system. These hunts will be 3-day hunts, Friday through Sunday, and opening days or days if it's on a weekend. We also recommend adding youth and military waterfowl hunts on John Tully. 3 Rivers, we've also been doing some work on wetland enhancements there. Still don't have dependable water, but we have some pools developed, 5 that are available for hunting, similar to what we did at Fig Field for years, where we didn't have dependable water. When we have rain filling these waterfowl impoundments up, then we'll allocate at least these 5 pools for waterfowl hunting. It's 3-day hunts as well on the weekends and opening days, and they already have youth and military hunting at 3 Rivers. Moving to Reelfoot, now we have only 1 waterfowl hunt zone in the state, so that's allowed us for a new deer hunting opportunity. Before there was a waterfowl hunt during this time, so now we recommend adding a statewide muzzleloader season at Reelfoot WMA. We still want to maintain the archery only requirement during deer gun season for safety reasons, and that's been in place for a long time. Gooch Unit A and Obion River. We've recently acquired some new property at Gooch Unit A, which is outside the levees. These levees have been there for around 50, 60 years. So given we've acquired this amount of land outside the acres, outside the levees, rather, where they've been closed for hunting, we want to recommend allowing hunting outside the levees now, same as statewide seasons. Obion River, it's real short, a TDEC request that we've got for safety concerns, mainly to prohibit centerfire rifles at Big Cypress Tree State Natural Area. It's a relatively small area, a little over 300 acres. Dry Creek WMA, it's unfortunately our lease terminates there the middle of next month, and the sale of that property is pending, so we will lose that from our WMA system, and we'll take out 4,000 acres of huntable land at Dry Creek. LBL, I want you to note, this area will still remain open to hunting, but the U.S. Forest Service has requested that we remove this WMA from the WMA Proclamation. There's several reasons for this that they've given us. They desire more flexibility to set their own hunting seasons, and also the flexibility to align them closer to what the state of Kentucky hunting seasons are. If you don't know, land between the lakes extends in both states, Tennessee and Kentucky. And the way I understand, the hunting seasons will be very similar as they are now, some draw turkey hunts and some open turkey hunts and deer hunts. Looking at our national wildlife refuges, basically some calendar date changes for these areas, and these are pertaining to Proclamation 2204, the National Wildlife Refuges in other federal areas. They did want to recommend adopting our unit CWD bag limit and transport regulations for these areas, which are Chickasaw and the lower and upper Hatchie River wildlife refuges. Moving a little bit east, we've got Region 2 with Wes Winton, our wildlife program manager and staff out there. We've already covered these areas of WMAs that we want to reduce the bag limit to 1 turkey during the first 14 days. As Roger had pointed out, these are all open as statewide season except Percy Priest, which has some closures on the weekend, the very last of April and the first of and the month of May, I'm sorry. Likewise at Williamsport, WMA, we've already mentioned these, but just another change in hunt dates or hunt types, really from 2 hunts to one hunt and a 14-day non-quota hunt. This will align this WMA with the other 5 that we just, like Percy Priest and Old Hickory that we just mentioned. So this will allow those WMAs to be closer in line. Haynes Bottom, it's a relatively small area where we currently have hunting seasons same as statewide. We've got concerns for safety and also concerns for the resource here, as it's really getting a lot of hunting pressure, especially during the gun and the muzzleloader season. we're getting a lot of urbanization and development surrounding Haynes Bottom. Basically, the only houses not surrounding our boundary is what's in the river. But we propose and recommend an archery-only deer season there to, like I said, for safety reasons and also to protect the resource to some extent. That's all we have for Region 2. Moving to Region 3, we have a few recommendations, beginning with Bridgestone Firestone WMA, where we propose to allow small game hunting during the big game hunts. Now, the big game seasons at Bridgestone are shortened, where the gun season ends after the second week of the muzzleloader. So usually the second Sunday of December, big game hunting ends anyway, but we want to allow some squirrel hunters and a few rabbit hunters to get out there before that time. This will align with the big bottom unit, which is on Bridgestone Firestone, and provide more opportunity. We do, however, propose to restrict rabbit hunting and dog training to Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday only to help out from our quail disturbance and movement there to decrease that disturbance factor. Catoosa WMA allow deer hunters to opportunistically harvest bear during the archery hunt. They have a 8 or 9 day open archery hunt on Catoosa. This also coincides with the new bear hunt Zone 4 season, which Cumberland County includes. Also, all deer taken on these hunts will count toward the statewide bag limit. All the muzzleloader and gun hunts on Catoosa are buck only, but we do have some antlerless hunts during that one archery hunt early in the year. But Chickamauga WMA is 16 different parcels of land up and down the Tennessee and Hiwassee River, scattered up and down. The one unit is the Candies Creek unit in Bradley County that we want to establish in what we're quote-unquote an upland zone. It's an area situated across or away from our waterfowl impoundments. It's a waterfowl hunting area at Candies Creek. And we have a regulation now where no non-waterfowl hunters are allowed during their lake waterfowl season. So on this upland zone unit of Candies Creek, which is east of Candies Creek itself and west of the Lower River Road, it gives an area for big game, small game hunters to go during the late duck season, provides for more opportunity for hunting. And like I said before, it shouldn't have any impact whatsoever on the waterfowl hunting at Candies Creek, given the location and the distance it is from those impoundments. Edgar Evans State Park, we've historically had it's a archery hunt during inside the safety zone at this state park for population control. Since we went to 2 years season setting, the hunt was it was conducted each year. So now the park manager requests for us to propose going back to every other year during odd calendar years. Having it every year seemed to be a little bit too much for them, and the hunt format will be unchanged. It's a 2-day hunt in the safety zone. It's usually during the week after the juvenile hunt. They give 100 permits, and they draw that there on site, and the bag limit is 2 deer if the first deer must be antlered. Fall Creek Falls State Park, we have a shotgun only requirement for squirrel season. The park manager requests to remove that requirement and allow both shotgun and rimfire ammunition. North Chickamauga Creek, WMA, this is in Hamilton County, surrounded by Chattanooga. Gets a lot of use from all types of user groups, both hunting and non-hunting. We would like to propose to remove the noon start time for dove hunting after opening day. Now we'll allow hunters to get in there in the morning, get some early shooting in for additional opportunity. We also propose to make fall turkey hunting archery only. Currently, deer hunting is archery only, so this will align with that deer hunting on the WMA and reduce some conflicts that turkey hunters are having with deer hunters and help out with the law enforcement issues that arise from this situation as well. Prentice Cooper, listening to the hunters, and we changed this actually 2 years ago and made it a little bit longer, but we've not a loss of hunt nights for raccoon and possum hunters at Prentice Cooper, where now we have a coon and possum season the end of October. First Friday of October to the end of January. And now we just want to move it back 30 days, beginning at the first Friday in November to the last day of February. So it's just a little shift from 30 days later in the year on this coon and possum season at Prentice Cooper. Excuse me, at Tellico Lake, got a few recommendations here. Children Refuge, they have an opportunity to hunt some deer before the refuge closure, which begins November 15th. We would propose striking the language for deer hunting closed for 7 days, beginning the last Saturday of October. So it gives them another week. It's only like a 2-week season anyway to hunt deer. Small game season is open during this time as well, but we've got very little small game hunters at present that use this area, so do not anticipate some user conflicts here. For the McGee-Carson unit on Tellico Lake, we only have 1 day youth dove hunt, which is Labor Day, and we want to add 2 additional days to this hunt, which will be opening day, September 1st, and then the Saturday following September 1st, as well as Labor Day. Additionally, we want to allow adults to be able to hunt with youth, which will increase that chance and opportunity for family-style hunting. As well at McGee-Carson, just changed the dog training from year-round to September 1 to March 15th, and we will wish to close dog training during our field trial events and also any quota hunts that we have there. This September 1 to March 15th does make it more consistent with other WMAs, but also, you're reducing that disturbance during the upland bird nesting season and brood rearing time period, as well as deer fawning season that occurs during the summer. Uchi Refuge, the last one for Region 3. We're wanting to add a September Young Sportsman Hunt. We already have one, so we want to have another, as well as add a third deer to that Young Sportsman's bag limit. We've got currently 2 deer, but only 1 antlered. So this will give them a chance to kill a third deer if they so desire or can. The other recommendation for Uchi is one is to make it a earn a buck status for all remaining deer hunts. The rest are muzzleloader or gun hunts, and make this requirement for where their first deer has to be an antlerless deer. Also, we want to recommend removing the Tuesday-only scout day for deer hunts. That led to some conflicts with people scouting and people small game hunting, or they were small game hunting and saying they were, and really they were scouting, which it makes no difference. We would just like to remove that to align with the other small game opportunities we have on that area. Finally, for Region 4, John Mike is our program manager. Been with us for several years. I won't name how long he's been, but we have just a few recommendations for Region 4. Cove Creek, WMA, small area right there in La Follette. We want to recommend the closing of fall turkey season. We've had very little participation here, with 1 bird killed in the last 5 years. And it gives allows less conflict with small game hunters and increases that opportunity. and also provides consistency with North Cumberland WMA, which is basically right across the interstate from Cove Creek. The Ed Carter unit is a new area that we've recently acquired, and I say a new area, but really it's not. We've been hunting that under a lease agreement for years. It's the Tackett Creek property you may know about, but now it's called the Ed Carter unit. We would like to recommend an antler restriction of 4 points on one side or a minimum 15-inch outside spread. This area has been known to produce some larger, older age class deer, and a lot of requests we're getting from the public to try to establish an area like this in this part of the state. Further, it's bordered by Kentucky to the north, which has a one buck limit and some older age class deer as well, plus the Cumberland Gap National Historic Park on the east, which does not allow hunting. Ed Carter unit is some distance away, probably a half a county or better away from the main part of North Cumberland WMA itself. And with that, I think I will pass this on to Mr. Dale.
Thank you, Wally. For those of you that may have not met me or know me, my name is Dale Grandstaff. I'm the new Lieutenant Colonel for the Boating and Law Enforcement Division since around November. We've got, I promise to be kind of quick, we've got 4 slides, 4 recommendations for you to consider. The first is going to be a change to the definition of a muzzleloader. We wanted to make sure that people could they're already using it, but make sure that we could make the fire stick, nitro fire, and those types of muzzleloaders that are with that similar technology legal. So we've changed the definition at the top. That was the original definition. We changed it to muzzleloading firearms are defined as those firearms in which a single projectile for muzzleloading rifles and handguns is, or multiple projectiles for muzzleloading shotguns are loaded from the muzzle end of the barrel only. It will allow for those types of shotguns to be used during the muzzleloader season, whereas previous to this year we did not allow those. The second recommendation, Section 2 on prohibited acts. On WMA lands, the practice of fanning or reaping is prohibited. Fanning or reaping is defined as hunting or stalking wild turkeys while holding or using for hunter concealment any of the following items: a tail fan, a partial or full decoy with a tail fan, or a tail fan mounted to a firearm. Tail fans include those made of real or synthetic feathers or an image or likeness of a tail fan applied to any material. This does not prohibit them from using them in a decoy spread, just prohibits them from using them in front of them for concealment. The next manner and means recommendation, Stephanie spoke of this earlier, and it's just basically adding the language, let me back up, adding the language there at the bottom about submitting the pre-molar after the season is over by February the 15th. And the last recommended change for Section 6, big game tagging and check-in. Number 6 is completely added a new section, is after a replacement buck is earned, the next antler deer harvested, even if harvested at the beginning of the following year's deer seasons, will constitute and be noted in the TWC's licensing system as the replacement buck. Instead of a bonus, this is a replacement buck, and it describes when that replacement buck would be harvested. So public input on these recommendations, comments requested on these recommendations will start today through May 23rd, summarized for the June 2nd, 3rd commission meeting, and you can go to twa.huntingcomments@tn.gov to submit those comments. And with that, we'll continue the rest of it.
Yeah, oh yeah. So, thank you for everyone's patience. I wanted everybody that was doing the presentations. I know some of the commissioners will have some questions and comments. But if you're like me, if you wrote down a question and a couple slides later you were drawing a line through that question because it got answered during the presentation. So I thought that went very well so far. And just on a personal note, I really want to thank all the staff, everybody that put in comments, both the commission and the public, but the staff and all their time. I mean, the quality and the level of data that have been presented to us to help us make decisions is really is outstanding. And I just want to compliment the staff for putting all that together. The way you delivered it was phenomenal, and I think that's going to make this whole process much smoother in the days ahead. With that, I think the way to do it would be to maybe start back. You all shake your head up and down, or yes or no, but I think start back at the beginning and then just take on these sections and go through and let the other wildlife committee members comment. If we can do that.
Mr. Chairman, let's do that. I propose, Stephanie, let's get you to come up first, and then just let them have their questions by section, and we'll have each speaker come up after each section.
Great, thank you.
So, do we want to just, instead of, there wasn't that much. I mean, Mr. Benedict presented some details about the hunting season and how we came up with all this information, and we've already covered that. I think we start with elk.
That's what we started with,
Okay.
yeah.
Let's start with elk. Unless anybody has any comments about the way this information's been pulled together so far. Any questions on that? Okay, so she's hitting the button, trying to get to elk. Any comments from, we're going to start off with the Wildlife Committee members only. Any comments from the committee regarding elk management and elk seasons?
Sorry about that. Is there any way we know approximately the number of elk we have in the state?
About 250 to 300.
And how we determine that number?
That's done annually during winter with staff and volunteers and other stakeholders doing surveys on the ground. We use collars to find the elk, but also do lots of just hitting the bushes and going out and looking for elk. So it's a survey to find elk. It's observations.
So I've been asked why we don't raise the number of tags for elks, maybe instead of, 14, 15 to 20, 25? Because a lot of people think there are a lot more elks than the number that we anticipate.
We can take that into consideration. At this time, looking at the level of success and also the hunter satisfaction, we feel like the quality of the hunt and the quality of the harvest is really where we want it to be right now. We do want to provide as much opportunity as possible, so we'll definitely take it into consideration as we move forward.
Any other committee members want to?
I got to follow up to that. Stephanie, the estimate on the herd size 15 years ago was 250 to 300. So are you telling us that the the natural mortality of elk is equal to recruitment?
Generally speaking, yes. There's significant mortality from brainworm. We're working very hard on improving habitat and trying to mitigate that. Unfortunately, with white-tailed deer and elk sharing the same range, that's going to continue to be a limiting factor for the population.
So, does Kentucky not deal with the same mortality and the same brainworm? I mean, obviously, I'm pushing back on you a little bit
Sure.
because when we established an elk hunt, there was a lot of discussion and gnashing of teeth over the size of the herd, and before that, we had gotten up to the numbers when Steve Bennett was the manager up there. We got up to where they thought there was like 400, 450, but then we started talking about having a hunt. All of a sudden, the number went back to 250. And they didn't tell us a story, they just said that's all we can confirm.
Yeah.
They didn't model and ignored the model of the estimate. So I'm pushing back that 250, 300 is a good number. And I've not heard that with let's say 200 cows up there and a 70% birth rate or whatever the number might be, that we are finding, I've never heard you say we're finding 70 to 80 dead elk a year. So I don't know how if that's how you're estimating that and why it doesn't change and why it's, if Kentucky deals with the same thing, the elk herd has grown from 2,000 to 15 or 20,000. And I know they got different habitat, but I just don't, I'm pushing back questioning the estimate and because I think we need to expand the number of tags, and I don't think it hurt anything. If you got 150 bulls up there, killing 20 of them is not going to negatively affect the herd. So I'm just bringing that up for future discussion.
Yeah, I think I agree with you completely that it would not have a negative population level impact. I think trying to preserve the quality of the hunt and then the harvest is the reason for most of the conservative approach. But I agree with you on the population size. But duly noted. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other committee members or commissioners have any comment regarding our elk herd? I know that we're opening up the public comment from now, and before we end this session, we'll throw the ways to make public comment back up on the screen, and I'm sure we'll make them available through our media outlets. But if there's anybody in the audience that has any comments about the elk herd, I'd welcome you to come up to the microphone as well. If not, we'll move on to I think bears.
Absolutely.
It's out of order on my computer, so I'm having to go from memory. So.
Just keeping you guessing. Sorry, sir.
So, is there any comments from committee members? Commissioner McClernand.
Stephanie, I had a group contact me from Fentress County. They were interested in maybe a youth rifle hunt, maybe in conjunction with the youth deer season. Did you guys get a chance to look over that possibility?
We did. We took that into consideration, and oh boy, sorry about that. And we do want to provide as much opportunity as possible. Youth do already have the opportunity to hunt bears during the deer youth season with a firearm in zones 1, 2, and 3. It's only in the transitional zone and zone 4 where they aren't able to do that. And at this time, because we are expanding the geographic area and providing so much more opportunity for hunters, that we really want to open it up just for this for now, see how that affects the population, and then we'll look at that in the future if this is tolerated well by the bear population.
Thank you. Please keep that on the agenda when the population gets to where the kids can have more opportunities.
We definitely will. Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Any other committee members or commissioners have want to discuss anything regarding bears? Any members of the public that are in attendance that want to address bears? All right, well, let's move on to the next, which I believe was deer. And do we want to discuss deer and CWD management separately, or do we want to, I don't know if we can talk about one without the other.
I'm happy to do either.
And I'm sure that will be just as quick as elk and bear. Any committee members have any discussions about the presentation regarding deer management in the state of Tennessee? Really?
I'm waiting on everybody else, but I've got some, because I'm in the CWD zone down there. I would like to know.
You can have the floor then.
Thank you, I'm sorry. I'm disappointed that we didn't change or not recommend any changes for the buck harvest in the CWD zone. What we're doing, and I don't think we're killing as many as we would like to, and it may be social because we're a little afraid of the blowback from hunters. I kind of think that's not the case because they've gotten better educated. And I'm disappointed the slide that you had Wisconsin and Illinois comparisons of strategies and what happened to the prevalence. When Wisconsin did not reduce their herd size, the prevalence skyrocketed, and Illinois did, and their prevalence stayed down. So that's good information that I hope that you'll put in your presentation next time, like in June or whenever we present this again. But I'm disappointed we're not changing tactics on buck limits, extending seasons, increasing the buck limit, because what we're doing is relying on testing, and we've had this conversation, and testing is a problem, getting results back timely. The hunters are exasperated with the delays, and it's not our fault, but we're not doing anything. And it seems to me that the spread is ahead of us. We've had 4 or 5 new counties in the last 6 months, and we just seem to be doing a lot of talking and studying and not really doing. And that's a bad way to say it, because you've got a plan and you're executing it, and it may be perfect, but we're not killing enough bucks, and we're not doing anything differently to increase that. And I'd like you to respond. I think of exactly why we wouldn't do something different if we're not doing what we need to do. Why would we stick with the same thing?
I'm going to just get to the slide real quick that I think would be helpful. So just as a quick reminder for everyone, here is the prevalence across the counties that have been affected by CWD. There's a couple that are missing on here, but that have just recently where it's been detected. But basically, you can see that Fayette and Hardeman are about 12 and 18%, and then everything else is below that 5%. And I agree completely that it is frustrating that it continues to spread both across the landscape geographically and that the prevalence is increasing. It's frustrating, and it's disheartening, and it's discouraging. We have to balance how we respond. We are very lucky in that we have about 20, 30 years of good data from different states on what's effective and what's not. And so we do have we do have good data to support the management recommendations that we are recommending and we are moving forward. You have two very different situations where you have the core population where it's probably been for a very long time, 20 years plus. And then you have the peripheral counties where it's expanding, and the goal, obviously, with CWD always, is to decrease the prevalence and stop the spread. And what we are trying to do is manage it appropriately without being overreactive and decreasing the population when we don't need to. We're trying, it's a fine balance for sure. Hunters are our best partner in doing this, and so right now in the periphery, we are really just incentivizing harvest. That's what we're trying to do, is to keep hunters hunting and keep having them be our best partner in doing this. In Fayette and Hardeman County, we do use additional methods of increasing harvest. But moving down towards that, when you get above 20%, when you have that exponential growth rate that you're talking about from that slide with Wisconsin and Illinois, with Illinois, specifically that slide was specific to targeted removals as opposed to just reducing density across the board. So it was really specific to dealing with hot spots as opposed to broad scale. So just a quick clarification. But when you get into managing above prevalence that's 20%, where you really are seeing those huge widespread impacts, you're looking at management actions that are really not very palatable. And these metrics are biologically based. I will tell you that. They're biologically based on the impacts to survival, and they're related to the differential prevalence in the different sex and age classes. And I don't want to get too in the weeds, but I do want to say that these are based on biology and also the epidemiology of the disease. And so these are the triggers, and it's true. We want hunter buy-in and public buy-in before we get to that 20% prevalence, and we really do need to take these pretty drastic measures. We're managing the disease. We're unfortunately not really managing the deer population in this instance, because CWD is the primary contributor to what's happening with the deer population in the area, and obviously especially Fayette and Hardeman County. We are walking a fine line between the really dramatic measures that curb the spread when you get above that 20% and what is acceptable to the public, and also what will really reduce opportunity for hunters. So moving forward, what we are looking to do, and I know this doesn't seem like it's fast enough, trust me, I agree, but we are looking to engage the public and get partners with landowners specifically to reduce density and reduce the buck age structure.
When's that gonna happen?
Let me go back real quick to.
So you're
just
saying
our
we're walking
timeline.
a fine line because you're afraid the hunters will revolt on us?
No, I'm not afraid of revolt in the slightest. I think that hunters want to be educated, they want to be involved, they want to understand what's going on, and they are our best partner, and we have to involve them.
I agree with that. But until we get, if we're not proactive in trying to be aggressive with this, we're gonna soon be at 20% in at least 2 counties.
I agree.
So I'm a little frustrated that seem to be a little slower than I would like for it to see, and changes. If something's not working, we need to do something different. So you've explained what you're doing, and I'm just frustrated with the pace.
To put it in a little bit of perspective, when I was a brand new officer in Colorado in 2002, and we were doing targeted removal of deer in areas where it had recently been detected, and unfortunately, the management strategies still show, whether it's fortunate or unfortunate, that density reduction and targeted removal are our best tools. And it's disappointing that it hasn't evolved dramatically since then. I mean, it seems like something should be better, right? I mean, we should have better tools. What I can tell you, and again, this is studying things to death, but one of the projects that we're working on is looking at prion accumulations in the environment, and that will help us. One of the reasons that 20% is such a big trigger is because you get such a load in the environment from the prions that you're getting transmission to animals simply from the environment, even more so from other animals. And so doing that research that takes forever, that's tedious and done by universities, that is going to help us manage the environmental transmission too. So we're trying to be creative. We're also trying to work with partners in other states and with the other universities on how to do it best.
Thank you.
Sure.
I'm going to ask one question, and then I'll go to Commissioner Butt. So I know that we've seen the predictive modeling program with Cornell University. We talked about that some last year. But if we're using that correctly, then we ought to be capturing enough data that we can put different scenarios in it. And I think that would be interesting to see that if we, if hunters are able to take X amount of deer out, it would change the statistics this way. Or if we don't do anything, it's going to go this way. I mean, are you doing any of that, any like doomsday scenarios or?
That's exactly what we're doing with,
Okay.
I won't get too far in the weeds with this, I promise. I know I love deer management, so I go off in the weeds. But the adaptive harvest management, one component of that is we currently have a model that does that to a degree where we can look at different management strategies. The next step in that, right now though, it's a very complex model that requires coding essentially in our program to run it. And so one person in the state, not me, has the capability of doing that. So the next step in this project is actually rolling that out specific to the deer management units and then putting it into a user-friendly interface that our biologists can be able to use annually to manipulate harvest strategies and other management actions and predict what the impacts will be. So stay tuned. Again, it's time, but we really do have a great partnership with that, and it is being implemented. The SOP for CWD, the optimization for surveillance is being utilized even day to day as the conditions change. The population model is the next step.
So you're able to do that, you just have limited numbers of people that can actually utilize that tool, and you're using that in making your recommendations.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
When do you think it'll be available for the area biologists to use?
But I'm anticipating by the 2024 season. Okay. So we'll have our deer management units up. We'll have our biologists ready to be using that tool. We'll also have the strategic plan behind us with good public support and critical review of those management actions.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Butt?
Thank you. In some of our previous meetings and on some conference calls, we have discussed the issues with timely results of testing. And I've talked to Dr. Beatty at Court Animal Health. I'm on the Court Animal Health Advisory Committee, and at our March meeting, I questioned them on the problem because I'm concerned that we weren't addressing it from that standpoint, and I've asked her to communicate with you. And I think that we're going to have to do a better job of discussing with our hunters the importance of timely putting them in the coolers and whatever, and us picking them up. But it was also suggested that the process is slowed down because the lab workers that they have having to do the grunt work of processing the tissue and getting it prepared to test. And if we could incorporate maybe some interns or part-time workers that could come in from 6 to 9 at night and prepare the the tissue and get it ready to be tested, then that would speed up the processing tremendously. It was also suggested that we look at, right now it's costing us, what, about $17 a test, and we're looking at 90 to 96 tissue samples when they test, and from the ELISA test, and if we wanted to turn them around quicker, then we might consider, the test costs the same amount regardless of how many samples that you run. But if we wanted to speed it up, it was suggested that maybe that we look at increasing the price that we pay if we wanted to test 50 or so to increase or to speed up the process. Those are all things that I would like for us to seriously enter in discussion with the lab. And I know that our lab made preparation for the materials that were necessary to make the tests. I know that we also had to send some to Mississippi State for them to complete the test that we sent to them, and they didn't have the material to complete them. So from standpoint of me representing the lab, I was insistent that they address the issues internally, and that they had discussed with you how that they could help expedite the turnaround time for the test. And if it means that on specific days, see, like if tissue is turned in or put in the coolers, or heads are put in the coolers or whatever on Thursday or Friday, then it's gonna be Monday, and so there's downtime between the time that they can test, that we have to get the samples in Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday in order to get them back by the end of the week. So these are all considerations that we need to educate the hunters on so that they can understand how that they can better help us to turn it around for faster processing. And our staff, or whoever it is that we're incorporating into picking those samples up and expedite the process of getting them to the lab, then that would help the turnaround, and I think we would get better buy-in from the hunters if they knew that they were going to have a much quicker turnaround as far as getting the results back.
I agree with you completely and all of our surveys of hunters have indicated that the biggest obstacle to continuing to hunt is the turnaround time. I agree with you completely. Not to be an excuse, I will just say that the entire country faces the same challenge in the fall. I know one state that's directly adjacent to us had a 30-day turnaround time during most of last season. So we are working both with Cord, and they are an amazing partner. I was actually talking with Dr. Beatty about this very thing yesterday. So she and I have discussed a lot of your ideas, but we're also working with Mississippi State University. They anticipate having increased capacity next year. They were able to get a grant to increase the number of all the equipment, to double their equipment. So we anticipate both Mississippi having greater capacity, which increases the turnaround time, and also working more closely with Cord on some solutions there. So we're acutely aware of it, and Jeremy Dennison, our CWD field coordinator, and his crew, including James Whitaker, who are both here today, they work so hard to, as soon as they hit the freezers, those samples get turned around and shipped out either that day or the next day. So we're working on it, and I appreciate your support. And also, several commissioners have reached out with ideas, and we really appreciate you looking to partners and being innovative in those ideas, because we really are, we're fighting a big mountain on this one.
Yeah, well, I've had lengthy conversations with Dr. Beatty as well as Adam, the lab manager, and with Commissioner Hatcher as far as addressing the situation. And, you know, from a lab standpoint, then if we want the lab to be top of the line lab, then we're going to have to address some issues. But now from our standpoint as an agency, then we want to address those concerns, and if there's a way to help them, then I'd like to encourage us to explore those possibilities. So I appreciate your communication. I'm glad to hear that you've been in recent conversation with her.
I'll just add a quick note of clarification. The tests do cost the same amount to run no matter what, but our CWD folks across the state actually package everything so that it's easily put into those 96 plate wells. And it's very, very rare that they send less than a full pack. And those instances are during times of very low volume. So, maybe a roadkill in July or, the very tail end of the season, targeted removal. And Cord Lab absorbs those costs and runs empty plates. So they don't hold them, and neither does Mississippi. So we have the ability to do that, and we do. It's pretty rare that we're usually overwhelming them with the numbers as opposed to having too few for the tests.
I would say tell me if I'm wrong, but based on Commissioner Cox and Commissioner Butt's comments, if there's ever an idea to expedite the turnaround on lab work, bring it to us.
Yes, we are all ears.
That seems to be one of the 800-pound gorillas.
Yeah, I think it's the biggest one, honestly, because that will increase hunter participation, hunter satisfaction. I mean, so many different things.
Stephanie, what is the average time between the time a hunter drops a deer off or a head off at a collection station and the time it gets to the lab? How long does that take on average?
I'm going to actually ask Jeremy Dennison to just give us a quick rundown on this. Yeah, he has exact days of the week and numbers of people in freezers. So.
Yeah, so on average, almost without fail, if a hunter drops a deer off in a freezer that's killed Saturday or Sunday, that the sample from that deer arrives at the lab Tuesday morning, pretty much without fail across the season, with the exception of the heaviest busy times such as Thanksgiving.
So at the most, it's taken 5 days to get samples to the lab. 5 or 6 days. Probably, if busy times or killed on Tuesday and you turned it in. What?
That's at a lower volume. Yeah, if somebody kills one in the middle of the week, then it's going to be potentially later in the week or the following Monday that it gets there.
All right, so it's taken 6 to 8 weeks to get test results back. So the labs are taking that difference in time to do the testing. Is that right?
Would you? I may need you for more of the logistics. Just stay here.
While you're addressing that, throw in the circumstance of frozen tissue versus cool tissue.
Sure.
That would expedite the turnaround.
It can. Maybe think about. I'll answer the question, but think about this if you'd like a diagram during the 2nd and 3rd June meeting that shows the steps each, so it's not quite as speculative. I'd be happy to prepare that. Basically, like Jeremy said, the sample hits the freezer or the taxidermist or the processor, however it gets there. So, we can't do anything about the lag between those. Jeremy's folks pick it up, take it to the lab. They, obviously if they are inundated with, 2,000 samples in a day, it'll take a couple days, but they take them out of the bag or they take them out of the head, whatever it's in. They have to clean them up, remove extra tissue, and then they package them again in those 96 packs of 96, and they overnight them, priority overnight to the lab. Mississippi calculated their turnaround time, and it was 5.9 business days from the time it got to the lab. And from then, what they do is they send an Excel spreadsheet to us. It's sent electronically. We upload it. It has to be, actual buttons pushed, unfortunately. And then that's uploaded into our system. We do need to check those samples every time and see if there's anything that's going to change the status of the county. We do actually review those every time because we don't want to turn something loose that might be inaccurate or would be a big change to status. So we do review them, and then they are put up onto our website, and the email is sent to the hunter the next day. So we had Yes. You can end up with a delay at any stage in the process. Number one, from when the hunter drops it off to when it's picked up, there can be 2 to 3 days at the very worst, where it's in the lab if they just have, we've all seen the pictures. But then, it's an overnight shipping process. Once we get the results, it's uploaded on the website the next day.
So, Stephanie, I don't understand. You've got, let's give it 7 days to get a sample to the lab. Their average turnaround time is a week. So you get the results back in 2 weeks. We're not getting test results back for 6 to 8 weeks. So I don't understand. I'm sorry to push back on you, but I don't understand why we got an extra month
So
to get it out to the hunter.
the 6 to 8 weeks was an exception this year, and that was related to COVID sickness at the lab. They ended up with one employee who was staying at the lab between December and mid-January because this individual's roommates had COVID, and she was literally the only person doing any work in the lab. So that slowed everything down. Hopefully. I will say that, physically having double the equipment is going to be a huge savings at Mississippi, and then hopefully they'll be able to resolve some of the issues at the other lab with staffing shortages. So,
But to make a long
Please,
story
yeah.
shorter, if we were getting the lab results, the data back quicker, it would not change your recommendation on season setting.
correct.
We'd just be
Yeah.
getting quicker data
Exactly.
to make better decisions.
And
Okay.
and hunters would get, their processing voucher sooner, or an earn a buck sooner, or a replacement buck,
Right.
It would just speed everything up and probably increase harvest.
Your recommendation would work if we had testing,
I agree.
but it's not, so.
Any other commissioner
Do you have any-
comments? Commissioner Wright, Vice Chairman Wright?
Stephanie, we appreciate your presentation. It's just very thorough and helpful. A lot of great information. Appreciate the hard work you do. I think it's not lost on me the difficulty of scaling a seasonal laboratory situation. This is not a year-round testing. This is seasonal, and so these labs that have 3 employees just don't have the throughput to see thousands of new tests, and it's hard to hire new lab technicians to work for a couple of months and then sit around the rest of the year. So, and it's not lost also that, these are specific parts of the deer we need to send in. And if we ask hunters to deliver those, we'll get all kinds of tissue besides lymph nodes, so peripheral lymph node. But I did have a question on your slide with thresholds and actions.
I'm
And
going
it-
to
and
make
it's-
everybody dizzy as I move through these.
Yeah, I don't know which direction it was either. There you go. Oop.
Oops. There we go.
It seems to me that, Fayette and Hardeman, those 2 counties are in the 5 to 20 range, but they are increasing every year. We know where they're headed, or we think we do, to the greater than 20. From a scientist perspective, how would you feel about the 5 to 20 category, or the 5 to infinity, 5 to 100 category, contain all of the actions that are in the 5 to 20 and the greater than 20?
I think it's precipitous. I do. I think it's precipitous. I think so. The biological reasons of the 20% are associated with the survival rates. So, and this just as background, these prevalence numbers here are based on adult buck prevalence. So it's not across the board. When you get to so, little background, you got. Bucks generally have twice the prevalence of adult does. Adult does are what drive your population. They're the ones that reproduce. They're the ones that can reproduce, and so that changes your population trajectory. Is your doe survival, and at about 5% prevalence of adult bucks, you would expect about 2.5% in adult does. These are these are round figures, but everything, they're deer. Once you get about 2.5 prevalence in does, you can anticipate that any animal that is infected with the disease will die within 2 years. So what you assume is that half of your animals that are infected are going to die every year. So what you see at 5% is you see a decrease in adult doe survival of about 1%. So that may help put it in a bit of perspective. When we talk about doe survival of 70, 80%, 85% is pretty normal, depending on the density, the forage, that kind of thing. So when you talk at 5%, you're decreasing doe survival by 1%. You can extrapolate that to 20%, and you can see that in order to have population level decreases, you really do need to be up at that 20%. Now, why wouldn't we do the work before it's in the environment? And that's a good question. That's why before you do that, you're removing the animals that are most likely to have CWD, which are the older age class bucks. So you remove those animals, and those are the animals, bucks are more responsible for spreading to new geographic areas because they move further distances than does do. Does tend to spread it within family groups and increase the prevalence at the small scale. And so by removing, so what we're doing in the below 5% and in the 5 to 20% is removing the animals that are most likely to have chronic wasting disease. And you can do that without having dramatic effects that are going to affect harvest opportunity and overall huge density reductions. And so it is a fine line. You're right.
Just to restate, and I wasn't very clear.
Sorry.
Instead of having a 5 to 20 and a greater than 20, would you be opposed to having a greater than 5% and including the actions for both those categories all in one?
And I apologize. I was trying to get there. You stated it perfectly. I just was off in my deer management la land. Basically, we don't want to apply the most drastic measures when we don't have to. If we can control the prevalence with those lower management actions, then we should. It maintains harvest opportunity. There's a really good paper out of Colorado that the title of it is Hunting Pressure Modulates CWD Prevalence. And basically, in areas that had low prevalence, below 1%, they were able to maintain those low prevalence in areas where they continued to have just sport harvest. So no targeted removal, and it wasn't even intended, unfortunately, quite honestly, to reduce CWD prevalence or even manage CWD. It was simply that the areas that maintained doe and buck harvest at good rates and that didn't manage for trophy bucks and does, they were able to maintain their prevalence at around 1%, in some cases well below 1%. In areas that were managed for trophy bucks and older age class males, even with sustained harvest, even with sport harvest, and in some cases in later days, it really targeted CWD management actions, it was too late. And so the good news is that these lower prevalence you can, below 5%, you can manage below and even decrease to 1% with just sport harvest. And that's what we'd prefer to do because the hunters really are our best partner in fighting CWD. Now I've really lost everybody.
Any other commission input? Commissioner Akins, you are an honorary member of the Wildlife Committee, if you've got any input. Anyone else regarding deer management, chronic wasting disease? I have just one more question. If you can go back to the slide that showed the age of the deer, that one right there. So that goes from 2005 to now. When did we go to the two buck limit and when did CWD show up on that graph?
I'm going to ask Lieutenant Colonel Grandstaff if he has that history because we all know I don't. I'm sorry. 15? Okay, so 15, C is the 2-buck limit, and then 18 is CWD.
Okay.
So the very end,
Okay.
really, of what's captured there.
Okay. Just interesting interpreting
Yeah.
the data when those those were kind of a couple of milestones. And
Sure. And these are
harvest.
trend lines. I mean, it's a broad generalization, but it is really, it's indicative that the population's doing well as a whole across the state.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from commission, committee members regarding deer? Anybody in the audience have any comments regarding? Deer in general or CWD? Yeah, deer and CWD.
I've got a question. You mentioned that you were increasing the bonus buck on Uchi for youth or juvenile.
I'll defer to Wally on that question.
No, sir, it's increasing the bag limit for youth on Uchi from 2 deer, only 1 antlered, to 3 deer, only 1 antlered. And then on all other hunts on Uchi, it was earn a buck status where hunters were required to kill an antlerless deer first before they could harvest an antlered deer.
Okay. So, in the East Tennessee, particularly Unit C, it's been suggested that we revise that antlerless bag limit and establish a season-long limit in each unit. And as we think about that, then it wouldn't affect A, B, L, or C, D, or CWD, but only C and D. So, in the hunting guide, it says, for instance, that you got a season-long 2-bag limit of antlerless deer for C, but not 4 during archery, 2 during young sportsman, and 1 during muzzleloader, and 1 during gun. So, if the population in those, or at least in C and D, are not as good as they are across the state, then why would we not consider doing that?
Are we still talking in relation to Uchi, WMA?
No, I just moved to Unit C and D, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So this is associated with with the long-term vision of deer management, and those management units are not in line with the current hunt units. They're biologically, ecologically based, and so the groupings of the current counties is administrative as opposed to biologically based. And so what we want to do long-term is move our management, and this will be during the 2024 season setting. So we want to move to those management units. So for right now, unless there's an emergency, a disease outbreak, or something like that, we would like to keep as much as we can the same so that hunters are familiar with it. We do have big changes coming up, and so we'd like to just prepare everybody for the change to management units, and then we'll be able to apply those, the more appropriate bag limits at the right scale that's associated with each unit.
Well, the information that I had was that the hunters, had requested that previously. I don't know how far back that goes and the concerns that were out there, but I just wanted to make it a part of our discussion so that it could be addressed.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner McCartney?
So we have a tremendous amount of deer harvested right there first week or so of November. Have we given any thought to maybe taking a break like we used to between muzzleloader and rifle? This would have a couple of, I know we want to kill all the deer that we can during that time because everything's active, but it would also help our small game hunters to give them a chance to be in the woods without interacting with the deer hunters as well.
I think that's something that we should consider. I think, and that can, with the deer management units, that can be done at the right level so that we can use those different management prescriptions where we give rest or have different season dates at the management unit level. And so we'd prefer at this time, what we would recommend is a little bit of status quo so that we can get everybody prepared for the management units. The nice thing about the management units and the entire adaptive harvest management process is that we're going out to the public and asking them specifically in the areas that are affected by at each management unit level what they want. And so if folks do want that kind of time to rest or the opportunity to small game hunt, we can have that done at the management unit level where the folks who are wanting that are the ones that are impacted, and we can make it specific to those areas. So I hate saying wait a little bit longer. I feel like I'm going to get rotten tomatoes for that one, but I think in this case, because it really is so broad and such a change, I think it's just smart.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Butts, do you have one more comment?
I forwarded to the agency several suggestions or recommendations from several hunters, and particularly veterans and disabled hunters, about allowing choice of weapon during muzzleloader. They suggested shotguns, handguns to be allowed for at least, if not statewide, just for private and public lands, but for private landowners. I understand the discussion about the shotguns, but particularly for disabled veterans and hunters, why would we not allow handguns when it's so much easier for them to use and give them a few increased opportunities to take deer earlier by allowing them to use handguns, because it's very difficult for them to try to load a muzzle loader or even rifle. And I know they're allowed to use handguns during rifle season, but they'd like to see us allow at least handguns during muzzleloader season for those handicapped and those veterans. So I wanted to make sure that's a part of our discussion as well, and I know that wasn't a recommended change. So.
I'd like to probably defer to law enforcement, to Lieutenant Colonel Grandstaff. It's more of a manner and means rather than a biological issue, so if that's okay.
Yeah, I guess I jumped the gun on waiting to get to
No pun intended.
Sergeant Grandstaff.
Thank you.
That's a manner and means question, I guess.
I'll happily defer.
But it had to do with deer, so that's why I threw it in. So.
We discussed those proposals and those types of weapons during that time frame. It does change the season from muzzleloader to a rifle season. It's so we pose it to the different all 8 districts across the state as far as the law enforcement districts, and the consensus across the state was to leave it as is. Correct me if I'm wrong, Stephanie or Darren. Right now, they can use those in chronic waste zone. That season does open up early in that portion of the state right now. But again, we did pose that, and the consensus across the state was to leave it as is.
But you didn't change it?
No, sir.
And so those guys that have requested it are going to be disappointed if I didn't bring it up and fight for them. So, you know, that's why I brought it up.
Well, there's a couple months between now and the final presentation, so you never can tell what'll happen.
Anything else?
Thank you.
I got a quick.
Commissioner Cox.
And Wally, you don't have to get up. You proposed a 15-inch outside antler measurement on Ed Carter. My comment is that, what are you gonna do if a hunter kills a 14.5 inch? Point is, I don't think antler width is a good way to manage for trophy deer. It ought to be 9 points like President's Island, or 4 points on the side. They can count, but they can't measure a deer from 30 yards or 100 yards or whatever it is, see if it's 15 inches. So I think that's a problem. And the second comment, and I don't need you to defend it, I just bring it up to you because it may come up again. Why, when a limited, I should say, I don't care for Bridgestone Firestone has a limited deer season and you're opening small game during the deer season? That seems unfair to an already short deer season. So that's just a comment, so you may hear about that again.
Okay,
Thank
thank you, sir.
Any other commission comments? Commissioner McCartney?
I've got one for Wally on Pretense Cooper whenever it's appropriate.
That'll be WMAs, which will come afterwards, I think.
Mine was too, so
Okay, it's all right. Anybody from the public want to comment on deer or CWD that's in the audience? All right, so that concludes deer and CWD. Madam Chairman, I'd recommend a break between deer and turkey.
Yes, sir, thank you, Chairman Jones, that'd be great. Let's take so we have so much to cover. Let's take a 10-minute break. It's 4 o'clock, let's come back at 4:10. try to get back to, get these completed. Chairman Jones, who was up next? Roger. All right, Roger Shields. Seven, yeah. All right,
We ready?
go ahead, Roger. Yes, sir.
I know Commissioner Butts is gonna hate to miss the beginning of this, but we're gonna get started anyway. Go ahead.
I'm here at your pleasure, so if you have questions, I'll
right.
try to answer.
All right, so we're now on turkeys. Are there any committee members that would like to add some input into the turkey recommendations? Commissioner McLernan.
I guess my first question would be, would a 2 gobbler limit hurt anything?
My feelings.
I know it's not. Bill Cox, you're not good enough to get 3 turkeys. I know it's not your recommendation, but would it hurt anything?
When you say would it hurt anything, what do you mean by that?
Biologically with your turkeys, with your flock?
Well, I don't think it would hurt anything. I guess my question would be, would it help anything biologically?
Would it? Are you a biologist? Go ahead, Roger. What would it help anything?
Again, I assume you're asking about that because of the population decline and concern over population numbers. And as I have said, and we've talked about, that I really feel like the problem is more with the reproductive side than with the harvest side. Now, so from that standpoint, you may have a few more gobblers out on the landscape, and they may be able to provide some better breeding or whatever, but I don't know that it's going to be the answer to our population declines. Now, there's a different side, and that's the hunter satisfaction and that component, and that could help with, in terms of there being more gobblers that aren't harvested, so they carry over to the next year, and that may produce some more gobblers for the next year and increase gobbling and things like that. But it wouldn't grow the overall population, I don't believe, because the problem in my mind is more a reproductive problem than a harvest percentage number problem. Sorry.
So you feel like that we've got enough mature birds on the landscape to cover all of the mating needs?
I do, but I couch that with, we are collecting some banding data so that I can kind of look at what proportion of the gobblers are actually being harvested. And if I feel like when we, as a team, discuss this, in a couple of years when we get a few more years of data, we've got one so far, and if we start to think maybe we are harvesting too many, we would make a recommendation to reduce the bag limit or do something that might reduce the amount of, or the proportion of gobblers being harvested. Whether that be a reduction in bag limit or shortening of the season, X, Y, Z, there's different things you can do. But at this point, without knowing that it's a concern, I don't feel like it is a concern based on harvest numbers and things like that.
Thank you.
Chairman Box.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. I've got a few questions. Roger, on this summer study from 2019 and then also 2020-21, it shows several, a perception of the decreased population of those, and they continue to go down. And I know our poult to hen ratio is very low, and I think it's been under 2 for 5+ years. And then you said, of course, about the population now, the decrease. I think we're concerned about that. And I was hoping we could look at a regional program this year, as far as just like a unit L, but like units between West Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, like 4 different regional limits. I was hoping we would have something like that to look at. I know West Tennessee is totally different than Middle Tennessee, population and landscape as well. And the other thing I was going to ask is, there are several states with nest predator programs. I think Utah, Wyoming, Georgia, South Carolina, and South Dakota. We've got bobcats are #1 adult turkey predator, and raccoons are #1 for the nest predator. So I know habitat's the #1 key, but it'd be nice to have something more aggressive for predators that we could put in place, and regional season limit, something like that. So
Let me address the regional question, because I think that's kind of where we're heading. As I was talking about, we're trying to incorporate a new approach, and that would be more of a regional approach. But we're not ready to roll out recommendations at that scale yet. We haven't done the legwork just yet. We're in the middle of it. We want to get some public input through surveys, and then couch that with the biological information that we've been getting from the studies and the banding project, and then tie all that together, and we will roll those out as recommendations at turkey management unit scale, so they'd be more regional based, just like you're saying. We just aren't quite ready for that yet.
how long do you think we have if the ratio's been 5+ years that low, as far as maintaining population?
Well, I look at the harvest numbers, and again, we just see reported harvest, but I've also been, with the new survey, been able to look at the kind of, if you want to call it catch per unit effort, or the harvest rate, or hunter success rate, how many days it takes to harvest a bird, that kind of effort component involved. And granted, I only have 2 years of that, but I didn't see a big change. It actually was an improvement last year over 2020. I'm anxious to see what it looks like this year. But those numbers, when I look at how many days it takes to harvest a bird, don't seem alarming to me. I know that we see, and there's reports, and it's kind of broad, that numbers have declined. But I don't think we're to a point where if we don't act today or tomorrow or whatever, that we're going to lose turkeys in Tennessee. I don't believe it's to that level. When I look at what other states are dealing with, Arkansas maybe, or some of the other states in the southeast, they're in a much more drastic situation at times. For instance, Oklahoma has just approved a reduction from 3 bird bag limit to 1, but they had last year they had 70%. Over 70% of their hunters didn't even harvest a bird during their spring season. Didn't harvest a single bird. Only 20% harvested a single bird, and it was even fewer that harvested 2, obviously. But I look at that, and that is nowhere near where we're at. We're over 50% are harvesting a bird or more. And so, I understand that other states are doing things, and we feel like we should be doing things, but I don't think Tennessee is in quite the same situation, and I don't think we're going to get there either. We, our numbers are good, and we will be rolling out some regional differences, because just like you said, the state's not one big congruous landscape, and we feel like it's better to approach it regionally. And the east side is different than the west side, and the hunter opinions are going to probably differ a little bit on what they want and what they feel is necessary. your other question about predators, and I think I've talked with Commissioner Cox before, Cox about this, and you know, we try to make it educate people on what they can do on their property. We have long trapping seasons and plenty of opportunity for individuals to do so. And we offer some really good training. Academies are going on, and I think there's growing interest in that. And we're asked, I think, you know, to offer those more and more. We're trying to. It's a matter of having staff to man those academies and those training opportunities. But I feel like we have opportunity is available for landowners to be able to do those kind of control measures on their property. And it will only be effective if they couch it with the habitat work and they are consistently doing it. And I think that's where the sometimes the difficulty comes in is getting the landowners to be consistent in the effort, because you know, chances are their neighbor's not doing it. So if they stop, you're just going to have animals flow in from the neighborhood. And but we can certainly see where we can go and expand and educate more.
Thank you so much.
Roger, along those same lines, the information that we saw showed that there were, I guess, people were less. I mean, it was still a good number, but people were less happy with public property than they were private land. What are we doing on our WMAs as far as, habitat management and predator control, I guess, more specifically?
Well, the part that we don't know is what is driving their dissatisfaction. We assume that a lot of it is due to, you know, crowding issues and things like that. And so that's why we rolled out the recommendations we did, that we try to do something that would address some of those overcrowding or conflicts between hunter issues. Invariably, you're going to have lower lower success on public lands than on private lands, because you get higher hunting pressure. And so you just have more hunters that can't all be as successful in their hunts as on, say, private land that only 3 or 4 guys hunt, you know, 1,000 acres. So just couch that in that I don't expect that it's always going to be, you know, as high a satisfaction on public land as private land. But what concerned me in that case is how disparate they were. And so we look at that and trying to address it more strategically rather than just say across the board we need to fix something. But I mean, our guys are hard at it in terms of planting, you know, food plots and doing timber burns and prescribed fire and those sorts of things, trying to improve habitat, do what we can to grow populations there.
Thank you. Commissioner Butts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been suggested that we allow the taking of bobcats, since they're the #1 predator for adult birds, that we allow bobcats to be taken during archery, muzzleloader, and gun season at the discretion of the hunters, instead of limiting it from the posted times like November 19th through February. Why would we not allow that and give the opportunity for that to take place?
I'm not a fur-bearer biologist, but my understanding, and if I'm wrong from the crowd here, they can correct me.
Well, that probably has to do with the different division, but since it falls on a turkey, then
but my understanding is the seasons are set because that's when the pelts are at their thickest, right? The highest quality fur is during the winter when the bobcats are putting on their winter coats.
Right, but from a predator standpoint, then we're trying to encourage removal of them, you know, for those that are interested in the pelts, then they're not really concerned about the predation on the turkeys. So maybe it's two conflicting discussions there.
I'll just add real quick that a lot of the Furbearer stuff is set, and all of our seasons are set so that we avoid taking animals during times when there's dependent young.
I'm done, thank you.
Okay. Any additional comment from committee members, commissioners? Commissioner Cox.
I mentioned and discussed with Chief Benedict about, and I would appreciate if y'all would consider this again. It's not in the presentation, perhaps next month. In the Mississippi zone where there's a delayed opening, those counties are split. What's on the bluff and what's in the flood zone approximately by Highway 51. It runs from Memphis to up in North Tennessee. It's a good dividing line, and maybe have to be another addition when it gets up north. But the hunters would like to, that are on the bluff, have plenty of turkeys. They're not affected by the flood zone, so they would like to have not missed that first 2 weeks. And I think it's a fair request, and it doesn't affect the MAB zone with a delayed and a smaller bag limit. So I'd appreciate y'all if you take a look at that. The second thing is that, and I have a question, I was trying to look it up and I should know, is predator trapping allowed all year on WMAs? Is that a Wally question or what?
It is not allowed all year on WMAs, but on WMAs that's open same as statewide season, it would be the same, allowed the same as private land.
All right, so there's a few of them that are not open statewide season, so the traffic's not open all year.
That would be correct. I mean, it depends on which WMA. Some WMAs have small game hunting, same as statewide season, but so then it would be. So depending on the particular WMA, others have small game hunting closed or trapping before or during a big game hunt. So it varies depending on the WMA that you're at.
So you would rather limit trapping to when perhaps big game hunting is not open?
Well, I think historically that regulation was made just for, allowing that big game hunter to have that opportunity without disturbance from other users. So
if traffic was open, you would prefer it to be closed during big game season?
I'd say generally yes, yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, so most of our WMA big game hunts are over well before December's over. We have a few that we have some first of the year. So you do have that opportunity for 2 months in most cases, January, February, even on those areas that you have it closed to big game hunting. So it's kind of a rationale.
Well, what I've talked about with some of you is that the money we're spending, and we already know that we've perhaps got a population problem. We already know predators are a problem with nest success. Bobcats are a problem with poult survival, which is what the problem is, it seems. I don't know why we're not being more aggressive for predator control, and it's on private and public lands. I know that there are plenty of trappers that would like to have more time to trap, and it would be beneficial, and for goodness knows, we don't have a shortage of raccoons. So I'm just making that point because probably in June I'm going look to change some of the season times and the bag limits on raccoon trapping. Thank you.
I think it's a great idea.
Can I make a comment along those same lines about the raccoons? I've had several farmers call me and tell me that their coon hunters are not doing enough to to take enough coons out. And the destruction of their crops, especially when corn comes in and different times, and so I don't think along those lines that implementing a year-round taking of raccoons and possums would be unreasonable when it comes to our consideration as far as helping the turkey population. So I think probably that's going to come up as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Wright?
Just, it may not be the right question for you, it could be for Wally, but, question about, I saw the recommendation for raccoon season trapping to be extended all year. Would there be a problem with the agency, have a problem with extending that for possums and skunks as well, all year? And are they significant nest predators for quail and turkey?
They are somewhat related to nest predation as raccoons. We would have to evaluate that, but I don't think there would be a big issue at this point.
Just thinking that the only people who are gonna do that are the ones that are trying to protect their quail and turkey and help them along, and so it wouldn't be a statewide thing, it'd just be on potentially WMAs, but certainly on private lands.
And trappers in this room know much better than I, but a lot of traps these days are more selective for certain species, so, so you could differentiate some seasons just because of that.
Any other comments by committee members regarding turkey in this preview for season setting? Obviously, predation's a serious concern. You have another comment, Commissioner Butts? Go ahead.
I do. And that's consideration for imposing no J crew. And I know we don't care about surrounding states, or at least maybe I need to rephrase that. Maybe we're not so concerned about other states as how they do it, but I think the research shows, or the indication is, that if you impose a no J crew, the jakes are going to breed the hens as well. I've seen bachelor groups that attack toms when they're trying to breed, and there's all kinds of circumstances, but I think that you could even raise your gobbler limit to 4 if you imposed a no J crew, and over a course of several years you'd see more toms available to be harvested. So I think that needs to be a serious consideration, and we've done enough research to know that that's probably the right thing to do, but probably time to do it and do some of our own field research as to how successful that would be. So I'd like some more input into it before our June meeting, but that's probably going to be at least a recommendation, or at least more discussion about it when it comes to addressing the jakes.
Thank you, Commissioner Butts. Anyone else? Commission, it's opened up to all commission.
Roger, thank you for that information. It's very useful. And I think you covered this question in our Zoom call a couple of weeks ago, and Commissioner Wright brought it up, but I don't quite remember the answer. The harvest rate has stayed consistent over the past several years, but not only the hunter satisfaction, but the number of birds that the hunters perceive to see in the field, the 60% of those are saying they're seeing less birds than they once did. But yet the harvest rate remains consistent. And I think Commissioner Wright had mentioned the method to take is improved with the reaping, and also the improved shot, TSS shot, that will hold together. And you may have replied to why you don't think that's the case? I can't remember. Could you refresh my memory on that?
Well, I don't know that, I mean, what Commissioner Wright asked about is a good question. That's something that I don't think we, as a turkey community of managers and biologists, really have a good handle on how effectiveness has improved with all this technology. What I will say, though, is that there are regulations in place that will still limit the total harvest of the gobblers, right? So you still have bag limits, you still have season dates, and those things still keep the total harvest within some number that you're looking for. I think the question is kind of related to, would the improved methods of take and effectiveness of the hunter kind of be propping up that total harvest number, where really maybe harvest was continuing to go down, or the population's going down, but we're harvesting more just because it's easier or we're more effective at doing that. But again, I look at the number of days it takes. I just don't see that changing a lot. I didn't see it in where I worked previously when we had, harvest per days or how many days it took to harvest a bird. We never really saw a significant change, and I would think that with improved technology, you'd see that change over a course of 10 years, right? Especially as these technologies really have just come on in the last few, but we didn't see that. And so I'm not saying that effectiveness hasn't improved. I just don't know that it's improved to such an extent that it's having a negative impact on the broad scale. I don't know if that's addressing your question, but yeah.
Yeah, it does in a way. It just seems ironic that that's the case. Just for an example, I'm thinking that out of every 10 birds at one time, maybe 2 of those birds were getting killed per season, and now maybe that's up to 4 of those birds per season. And as you said, that's propping up or keeping our harvest rate consistent, while the hunters themselves, hey, we're killing the same amount of birds, but we're not seeing that many birds. So that was one. And you'd mentioned Oklahoma had went from a 3-bird limit to a 1 just drastically.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm certain you've studied why. How did they have such a significant drop, or was it over time and they just didn't adjust? How does that happen?
Yeah, I can't say that I know, and I've looked into the details of why it went that long before they acted. When I saw that, I reached out to them to see what was going on, why they were dropping from 3 to 1, and that was just a piece of information that was shared with me, is that, well, we weren't harvesting any birds. We need to do something, right? And I thought, well, that's interesting. I don't think we could ever get to a point where 70% of our hunters weren't successful without, I was telling Joe, we'd see pitchforks and torches, before we ever got to that point if we didn't do something. And so, yeah, I can't answer your question. I think it's probably some of the same things that have been going on there as we've seen throughout the Southeast. Reproduction hasn't been what it needed to be to continue that population, and it got to a point where they wanted to act.
All right, but yeah, you see my concern. Our survival rate, we nose down. The hunters are seeing fewer turkeys, but yet the harvest rate's maintaining consistent. Just something fishy there, in my opinion. That's all. Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Wright, just on that same subject, I think that there's no doubt that it may be propping that up. There's no doubt that some turkeys are harvested because of TSS shot, or that wouldn't have been harvested prior to having this technology. And some turkeys are harvested because of reaping, when that wasn't widespread 5 years ago. So I just think we need to be cognizant, as Commissioner Wood said, of that may be propping up our harvest. And as we see hunter reports that they're seeing fewer and fewer turkeys, that's certainly the case for me in our area. That we need to have that in our mind to adjust, to be proactive rather than reactive on our harvest. And as you say, the harvest doesn't make a lot of difference from 3 to 2 in our population, but perhaps predator control and educating the public does.
As you were talking, Commissioner, I'm sorry to speak without being asked, but I just was thinking as you were talking about it, the other component is, again, I go back to the banding project that we're doing, and that is going to get us some information on what the actual proportion of gobblers being harvested is, and whether that's, in our mind, a little bit too high. And that, you know, whether they're harvesting a high number because they're super effective with all the technology, or it doesn't matter. If we're harvesting too many, we need to adjust that. So.
Commissioner Butts?
This is a two-part question, Roger. Last year, when we received information about poults in the hatch, and if I remember correctly, we were talking 1.5 to 2 poults for hen on hatching rate. But last year, especially in my area, you know, we had excellent hatch, and we had 8 to 10, even 12 poults for hatch, and so what did we attribute that to? Was it weather? Was it success? Was it change? And did our research at Yanali show or reveal any of that in your discussions with the research team there?
Sure. I know 2 years ago we had probably the worst hatch, if you want to call it that, on record, since we've been keeping records. And then last year, so that was 2 years ago was the worst, and then last year was quite an improvement. And we were seeing reports of, you know, or hearing reports of people seeing lots of poults everywhere, pretty much across the state. And yes, we saw the same thing in the study, which made it a little bit difficult for us to tease out whether that delay in the start of the hunting season led to something there, or if it was a good year across the board. So the importance of having another year of data, in that case, you know, it's really important we have this other year of data collection. But yes, they saw the same thing on their project sites, that the hens were more successful than they'd been in the previous years of this study. They produced more poults, and more poults survived. It was just across, like I said. So yes, they did see that.
Anyone else? Is there anybody in the audience that would like to make a comment? Yes, sir.
Lebanon, is that turned on? Okay. Roger probably done covered most of what I was interested in, is mostly about predator control. And Commissioner Butts was talking about the farmers, the coon hunters wasn't doing the job. Well, you must understand that nowadays coon hunters are mostly dog trainers. They don't take many of the raccoons they tree and stuff. It's just what they are. Trapping is the best way at predator control, far and away. But all fur is basically worthless right now. That's the reason all of our trappers, except people like me that's going to do it regardless, most of them have just hung their traps up until price of fur goes back up. That's how you judge fur. Like a 8-point buck is the standard you go for a big deer or a 5-pound largemouth bass or something like that. The price of fur is the way fur is judged, and it's a lot of hard work, and it's very expensive, trapping is. And so you get a lot of money tied up in a hurry on something that you can't give away, especially our nest predators. Raccoons, possums, and skunks are just practically worthless. You just can't. And fur prices have always done that through the history of North America. It's always, and they'll come back up. It's just a question of when. And he also was talking about the predator in education. I think Commissioner Wright was talking about for our private landowners that are interested in turkey populations and things like that, it needs trapping of predators needs to be a part of their overall wildlife management program. And this is where it's at on private land, because the state simply doesn't have the money to do the predator control on private land, and the average landowner can't afford to pay a ADC trapper to come and do it. So education of private landowners, it needs to be a part of their program, just like food plots, timber management, burns, and things like that. And that only is going to come through education. And it's like he said, if just one person is trapping and the neighbors are not, the fur is just going to roll in there. And it's kind of like brushing your teeth. It don't go away. It's something you have to stay on top of all the time. You know, that's just the way trapping is, and especially on your predator control. And but that's the reason the trappers are basically not trapping. The fur is just, they don't have any value. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dye. Good insight. Anybody else from the audience like to speak on turkeys before we wind that discussion up? All right, I believe we're done with turkeys. We want to run through small game and fur bearing, and am I missing something? Okay.
I think that's it.
Well,
It's just the Type 94 and the small game. So.
Okay. Any questions about the discussion about small game earlier from committee members, commissioners? We good with the recommendations? Oh, Commissioner McCarnan.
When we look at the squirrel season, about extending it later in the spring, what's the biology behind that? Is that a hunter satisfaction, the reason we stop at March 15, or could we take it all the way up to turkey season?
Generally, Furbearer seasons tend to end at the end of February to avoid take of when there's dependent young. So the biological reasons are really related to that.
How many times a year does squirrel raise?
That is really highly variable, but that's just generally a tenet of harvest management.
So there's no, obviously with the long season, we probably are already harvest them at least once during the so I guess what I'm saying, population wise, could we look at a year-round season or adding some more time to private lands there later in the spring?
I think from a well, I'll defer to Wally on what he has to say, because I think that's probably
If I may just relay some information from our small game Furbearer state coordinator. Biologically speaking, one, as Stephanie mentioned, most of the time squirrel season is stopped now at the end of February because we have dependent young and the timing of the rut in November, December, and when gestation periods are, and then before those kits are weaned is right in that time after February. But then speaking from March 15th on, you get into turkey closer to turkey hunting season. So there was a concern over the disturbance of roosting turkeys before turkey season, scatter that, make that hunting a little bit, possibly a conflict with turkey hunters and then small game hunters. But then after that, even roosting broods, turkey broods that may be in trees, young turkeys that get scattered, more subject to predation, etc. So that was one of the reasons, or a couple of the reasons, that he recommended not moving past March 15th.
So when would they be roosting?
Well, that would
Is that the
vary.
little ones after they hatch?
Yes, sir.
So you're talking May, June?
Yeah, May, June, and July typically.
But you also don't want to be disturbing hens on the nest. I mean, really, the spring and summer period is really a time of rest for all wildlife populations. It's when they're rearing their young. If you've got people tromping through the woods when there's fawns on the ground, you'll have impacts. I mean, it really is just a fundamental principle, is that period of rest.
Okay, but I mean, we've got people that are looking for morel mushrooms. We've got people that are in the woods for a great many things, looking for arrowheads, on and on, that people are in the woods for. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussions on Proclamation 2206, small game? Commissioner Butts.
Yeah, it was pointed out to me that on some of our small game, particularly quail, if there's no huntable populations, or we're concerned about that in our hunting guide, that we look at where we allow the icon to be placed. I don't know that that's a big thing, but I just wanted to bring that up. So that may be something we want to consider.
Yes, sir. A lot of our WMAs are closed to hunting season, quail hunting. We do have others that are open, but most of those are closed January the 15th. So kind of the principle behind that is you have a safe harvest, which and hunting is considered and has been considered for a long time compensatory to the natural mortality. In this latitude, we're going to lose 60 to 70% of quail each year. So any harvest you have is compensatory to that. And when I mentioned safe harvest, it's roughly 20% of that natural mortality. So 20% of 60% is what would be considered a safe harvest generally each year. Now that number increases as the length of the season increases. So the later you get into, say, the end of January and February, or even the whole month of January, those quail that make it then, taking those birds at a higher percentage, you stand a chance of getting or violating that safe harvest, so to speak. So it's one reason we've shortened that season to the middle of January. We still want to provide opportunity when we can and where we can, but also not impact that breeding population that's going to survive and be ready to start breeding and nesting come spring.
Well, that's why that they asked us to take a look at including those icons where we want to remove them from some of those areas that don't have a sizable hunting population.
Right, and most of them are now, like the smaller WMAs. Yes, we know there's quail, but we also know there's potential to, have a higher hunting impact and be additive to that population. So those smaller areas that, it's got a few coveys of birds, we've closed those this season to protect those.
That was interesting. You said 20%. I always heard that hunting only took out about 10% of the population. So you're saying 20%?
Well, no, sir, that would be the safe harvest. So anything less than that would be what you could take, presumably, and not impact or be additive mortality to that population.
And the mortality rate on most species is 10%, or is it higher than that, 20%?
Yeah, that's variable. A lot of species you might get into sex and ratio.
Well, I don't know where we were. Maybe it was at one of the demonstrations where the average lifespan of a quail is 7 to 8 months.
Any other questions related to 2206 small game? Is there any comment from the audience? If not, we'll go on to 2207, Furbearers, trapping. Is there any questions from the committee members? Any questions from commission? I know we've discussed a lot of that on during the turkey discussion. Any comments from the audience?
Yes, my name is Anthony Landreth, and one thing, since we're on Furbearers now, I wish there'd be some kind of clarification between the nighttime depredation of coyotes versus, I know, in the past it's been brought up about a nighttime season, but, and that hasn't happened. But, Lieutenant Cape Taylor stood up here 2 years ago and was talking about that you could depredate coyotes at night, but yet most of the people, if they ask TWRA that, they tell them that's not true. And I know this because I do a Facebook Live show, and I bet you I've had over 100 people text me and send me messages on that. So I'm just asking for some kind of clarification on that. If you can legally depredate coyotes at night, the general public needs to know. And that's all I'd like to get out.
Good comment. I think we talked about that a couple years ago during the coyote discussion, and I think the same thing goes with private property and predators. It would be good to have some kind of clarifying language about what private property owners can actually do on their property, even though it's in the hunting and fishing regulations. If you had a separate format for private property owners and what they're allowed to do, I think would be a good thing, just to kind of clean it up and add clarification. I think it's a good comment. Anybody else? Comments on 2207? If not, we'll go to 2203, wildlife management areas, public hunting areas, and refuges. Any discussions or comments by Wildlife Committee? Full commission?
The Dry Creek lease that's expired, that 4,000 acre lease.
Yes, sir.
What are the details on that? I mean, could we not renew it, or why couldn't we, or has it got competition from private?
I will have to defer to Patrick on the details, or someone from Region 1 on that, if you don't mind, sir.
Yeah, that property sold, so we leased it, and the landowner sold it to another landowner.
So it's probably a group or something, yeah, okay.
Anyone else? From the audience? All right, we'll move on to 2204, hunting seasons and bag limits. Comments from the committee? Commission? We touched on a lot of it, yeah. All right, 2208. Committee, commission, anyone from the audience? I know it's been a long day, almost as long as the budget hearings last year.
Is that man remains is what we're talking about?
Not yet.
Okay.
Manner and means, I'm gonna turn it back over to Chairman Box. I think that we're done with commenting on from the Wildlife Committee. I'll turn it back over to you. And you can take it from there.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. Turn to you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll recognize Chairman Woods.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So, those proposals were brought on matters and means, which is basically means of take. And do we have any questions from the committee? on any of those?
I'll run through them real quick, just so you got them in front of you.
None? I have a question, just more of a clarification. I think the change in the muzzle loaders was brought on by a system called a fire stick. Could you explain a little bit where folks would, maybe someone that don't understand what that is, and a little bit better?
The muzzleloading hunting has evolved so much over the past 10 years that instead of loading everything down the muzzle, the powder, and the bullet, some companies came up with a system that you can a preloaded packet, basically the powder and the primer that you can put in to the breech end of the gun, and your bullet goes down the muzzle, which makes it a little bit easier, a little bit quicker to shoot. You can use rifle powder in some of these, and some of the modern rifles have been converted into this sort of system. So it's just a little quicker, a little easier way to load it, and we just wanted to clean up our definition of it so that those systems could be used.
So basically, the projectile must always be loaded
Still
through
goes
the muzzle
down
of
the muzzle.
of the
Correct.
firearm. Okay. Very good. Any more questions on this one from the public? All right, Commissioner Cox.
The proposal to ban fanning on public lands, I don't support this. I think the data doesn't warrant it. I think it's an effort to get in front of a problem that may or may not exist. I think educating hunters and the public is a smarter way to do it. I don't particularly like anybody that's bought a gasoline can in the last 2 or 3 or 4 years knows that it comes with a spout that you can't operate, so the government's taking care of you, so you can't pour gas out of your can because one idiot poured it on his foot and set himself on fire. I just don't think it's a problem that the government needs to be interjecting itself into at this point now. Every time somebody takes a nail gun and drives a nail through their finger, OSHA comes up with a new rule, puts it in the law book. You can't pass a law to fix stupid. So I don't think this is I don't think it's warranted, and I don't support it. So I asked the chief, the colonel, to get some information on turkey injuries other than fanning injuries, how many people fall out of a deer stand and get injured, and we're not talking about banning deer stands because somebody doesn't know how to put on a climbing stand or fall out of a ladder stand without tying a vest on, a safety harness on. So I think it's an overreach on our part, and I don't support that. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Anyone else? Comments from the public? Anyone else? All right, with none, I'll turn it back over to Madam Chairman Box.
Thank you, Chairman Woods. Could we get, is there anyone that we can clarify Mr. Anthony Lander's question? Is that law enforcement or? No? That'd be great, yes. I just felt like he's here that just had a question. I just thought we could clarify for him.
Tall guy in the back.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, so again, like he indicated a couple years ago, there was some unclarity, and clarification was given a couple years ago in regards to a landowner's rights. And underneath TCA Code 74-115, that landowner has the right to have the ability to handle anything that's nuisance or damaging to his property. And that's as simple as it is. Ma'am? Yeah, small game. Yeah, correct. General. So if it includes big game, there's a permitting process through us to allow that harvest.
That's basically any and all method throughout the year, anytime.
Everything is poison.
Short of explosions and poison.
Obviously, but any type
Yeah.
of firearm, night
Yes.
vision,
Yes, yes.
silencers,
Yeah.
as long as they're legal,
To depredate,
or
not hunt.
registered, any means
right.
possible. And then,
That's why I
and
said
then,
depredate, not hunt.
so deprivation, it would really, when I say deprivation, and I think this has come up before, if I have I'm trying to establish a covey of quail on my property and those coyotes are eating my quail, that's deprivation
Correct. So
applies.
yes. So to be helpful in that, there was roughly, I've got 300, I've surveyed the law enforcement districts in regards to that question, and 395 of our officers responded to landowners and provided technical assistance, advice, and ability. So if, in light of this discussion, what our division can do, we'll give out direction to that local officer, so you'll get the same answer across the board, whatever that looks like. So we can do that. We can give directions and for clarity that we're consistent, uniform across state, because that's where we want to be, if that's helpful to some of your callers. Okay, we can do that.
So what you're saying is that we just don't want to make a sport hunting out of nighttime coyote hunting. And if
74
we
will.
do, there's going to be a lot more regulations
Yeah.
there than there would be now.
So 74-115 again allows that landowner the ability to handle nuisance and damaging wildlife.
Right. Thank you.
So basically that allows the landowner to know who's shooting on his property without
I would
allowing
highly
anybody.
suggest, if I'm
Yeah.
a landowner, I want to know who's shooting on my
Yeah.
property. Yes, sir. And then again, work with the local officer and advise that landowner. We encourage that landowner to have communication with that local officer, and that local officer be glad to work with him, provide technical assistance. We even had several site visits to look at the topography, to see how safe it was and all that. So, yeah, we're here to help.
Thank you so much, Colonel Roger. I appreciate that clarification.
Okay, can I go? Because he's got a question,
Oh,
I
I'm
think.
sorry. Okay, stay up there. Okay.
So when we say depredation, that means we're not using decoys, we're not using calls. We are out on the property
Opportunity
shooting what is there.
Opportunities there for your depredation, you have that right.
Thank you.
Don't use
Any more-
poison or
No
explosive.
poison. Any more questions or clarification for Colonel Ryder? Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. You think we're done?
Madam Chairman, I just
sir.
wanted to, once again, I mean, it's been a marathon day. I know it comes around every couple of years. I want to thank everybody for their patience, everybody for their input. Staff especially just went above and beyond, putting together very good data and very concise delivery of that data to make sure that we had the information to make good decisions. And I want to thank them for everything that they've done. This is a preview, so we'll get to vote on the final. Commission will be voting on the final regulation or the season-setting regulations June 2nd and 3rd, and the public can. The portals are up there, and make sure that we publicize those through social media and that type of thing. The public can make additional comments based on what we've heard and commented on today through May the 23rd. So with that, I'm done.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. Are there any more questions or discussion? Director Wilson, Deputy Maxwell.
I'd like to thank the staff also. Our staff have worked very hard over the last year, and I just want to say thank you to all staff, not just the Wildlife Division and the Boating and Law Enforcement Division. We've had a lot of staff participate in this. Thank you very much for the hard work.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a motion for adjourn? To adjourn? All right, move. Tomorrow. Thank you. We're adjourned.